Thank you everyone for your patience as we had some technical difficulties, but I think we're all good now. We're going to call this meeting to order of the September 29th, 2021 Oakland County Board of Commissioners, our annual meeting, to order again at, well, now it's 6:40. Can everybody, we need to prompt the packet to, for the roll call, or has that already been done?
Mr. Chair, you have a quorum.
Quorum has been established. That will move us to the invocation for tonight. I'd like to recognize the Honorable William Miller to lead us in the invocation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. If you all please rise.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I ask you to bow our heads. Let us humble ourselves right now in your presence, Lord. We give you glory and honor for who you are, the God who is keeping us during this term as commissioners, the God who pours out his Spirit, the God who works miracles, the God who hears us when we pray, the God who has called us to be sons and daughters, the God who is patient, kind, slow to anger, and abundant in mercy, the God who anoints us with power and his Spirit rides on through the biblical teaching. The God who gave me this message for these people in this room, the God who is able and more than enough, the God who hears us and not forsakes in us or abandons us. To the God who we give glory to, let the Spirit of the living God minister strength, hope, and healing to everyone under the sound of my voice. Right now, let this word fill their hearts with joy, love, and kindness. Dismantle any burdens they are feeling. We know, God, that you build everything on principles. Lord, give us guidance and strength to govern, as you say it in Corinthians 10:31. Whatever we do it for the glory of God. Lord, give us the guidance and strength to follow your word in Galatians 6:10. Do good to all people. I feel in this moment, as I was writing this, that somebody under this would want to hear this, is you are brave, you are bold, you are courageous, you are fierce, you are strong, you are inspiring, you are loved. And don't let anyone that changes on you change that in you. I leave with this word, hope. Let us bring hope and not hopelessness. And hope, and let's break it down. Hanging on to positive expectations. Thank you.
Thank you. Amen. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Amen. Thank you, Commissioner Miller, for that invocation. Next up, we will move to approval of the agenda. If we can get a motion moved by Commissioner Markham, seconded by Commissioner McGilvery. Is there any discussion? I believe there was an item that was on the consent agenda that if I can just get staff to confirm, we've already moved it off. So item H, I believe it was, the resolution under Lago is now on the Lago regular agenda. I know that was a request of commissioners already. Any other adjustments? Seeing no other adjustments, no further discussion, please prompt the roll to approve the agenda. I don't have mine. That's next. I'll do that. Yep.
Where's my assistant over there? Okay.
Mr. Chair, you have 20 yeas, 0 nays.
A sufficient number voting in the affirmative. The agenda is approved, and I apologize. I skipped over the September 2nd minutes, so I need a motion to approve the September 2nd, 2021 minutes. Moved by Commissioner Nelson, seconded by Commissioner Spiz. Is there any discussion on that? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, can we prompt the prompt the vote?
Mr. Chair, this is Commissioner Charles.
Commissioner Charles,
No prompt for me, so I'm a yes.
let the record reflect that Commissioner Charles votes yes.
Yeah, I don't have a prompt either.
Commissioner Markham, how do you vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Markham votes yes.
Mr. Chair, on the question of approval of the minutes for the September 2nd, 2021 meeting, you have 20 yeas, 0 nays.
Sufficient number voting in the affirmative. The minutes are adopted. It moves to communications, and I will call on the clerk on communications.
Mr. Chair, you have 3 communications, the first being dated September 14th. To the Oakland County Board of Commissioners, ladies and gentlemen, please be advised that the feasibility study group conducted the critical review of the bid evaluation process factors and the recommendation of the bid award for the new Sheriff's Operations Center, the Oakland County Emergency Operations Center, the Sheriff's Office Training Center, and storage on September 8th, 2021 as charged. During the feasibility study, environmental and diversity matters will be addressed as part of the process. After completing the review, the feasibility study group is recommending the acceptance of the bid proposal as presented by the bid evaluation committee, partners in architecture, in collaboration with the architects design group. Thank you. Sincerely, the feasibility study group, Commissioners Markham, Spiz, and Charles.
And I believe Commissioner Powell to that, please.
Second communication dated September 21st. Dear Chairman Woodward, please accept this letter as a formal notification that I am resigning from my position as Commissioner with Oakland County Parks and Recreation. My last day will be effective September 24th, 2021. The letter goes on to detail some of the successes and is signed by Amanda B. Herzog, PhD. Mr. Chair, the third item of communication is dated August 23rd. Chairman Woodward, I regret to inform you that I have to offer my resignation from the OCHN board effective August 31st. I've accepted a new job in Long Beach, California. The position will begin on September 7th. I will be leaving Oakland County on September 1st. In solidarity, Eric Lindenmeyer. Mr. Chair, that's all the communication.
Is there a communication about appointments to the Historical Commission? I guess, okay. We'll move on. We might have to come back to those communications. But can we get a motion to receive these 3 communications? Moved by Commissioner McGilvery, seconded by Commissioner Long. Any discussion? Seeing none, please prompt the vote to receive the communications.
Mr. Chair, Yolanda Charles, I am a yes.
They collect them? Okay.
Commissioner Charles votes yes. Commissioner Markham?
Votes yes.
Commissioner Markham votes yes.
Sorry.
Commissioner Hoffman votes yes.
Mr. Chair, on the matter of accepting the communications, you have 19 yeas, 1 nay.
Okay, a sufficient number voting in the affirmative, the communications are received. That will bring us to, this will bring us to public comment, the first public comment of tonight's evening. This is the opportunity for the public to speak on any item that's on the agenda, including the annual budget, which is the main focus of today's meeting. We ask that, there's a number of people who have signed up. If you could come to the microphone and state your name, community where you're from, and please keep your comments limited to 3 minutes. This is, ask you to direct your comments to me, the chair, and not to individual commissioners. We ask that everyone be respectful of everybody, and everyone refrain from public displays, applause, as not to discourage other people from coming to the microphone and speaking and addressing the board. Is there anyone from a member of the public that would like to come and address us at this time? Yep, I can start down the list here. I'll start with Jamie Lyons Eddy. Welcome.
Welcome. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Jamie Lyons Eddy. I'm a third-generation Oakland County resident. And I'm here to urge you to support the resolution opposing restrictions to voting. In 2020, we had a historically safe, secure election with record turnout. That was confirmed by the Senate Oversight Committee, the Republican-led Senate Oversight Committee, that election was absolutely secure. And back in 2018, the state of Michigan voted 67% in favor of Proposal 3 to expand voting rights. Actually, Oakland County voted even more, at 70%, to expand voting access. That's because people across party lines think that everybody should be, every eligible voter should have access to the ballot. Policies currently introduced in the state legislature and by a petition that's about to circulate would not make elections more secure. In fact, it would make it harder to vote, especially absentee, especially by college students, people of color, and seniors. Our democracy is founded in the sacred right to vote of all citizens. Thank you for voting to protect our freedom to vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, I have Burke, I think, is it CUNY, followed by Randy Block. Burke?
Burke CUNY, Rochester Hills, honored chairman and board of commissioners. Many of us in Rochester Hills are aware of the heavy inflation costs. Gasoline is out of sight. The working person is really getting hit. We read in our paper that a recent appointment of a Ferndale lady who did a good job apparently in Ferndale and plans to help the county in carbon emissions by 2030 and help other cities, in our opinion, should not have been hired. Salary showing $130,000 to $170,000 seems to be, in our opinion, really badly moved in this economy. And unfortunately, we think, some of us, she should not be in this position to let the other cities do what she's doing. She doesn't need to be on the county system. And that's a savings to us taxpayers. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That's it. Randy Block, followed by Catherine Kennedy.
My name is Randy Block, and for over 35 years, I've been a resident of Royal Oak, and I've raised 2 children, and it's part of my religious belief that all people should be treated with dignity. And that means that we have a responsibility to protect the dignity of people by making sure their voices are heard on issues that matter to them. I'm founder and director of the Michigan Unitarian Universalist Social Justice Network. It's a statewide network of people of faith and allies to promote justice for all people, particularly people who have been victims of discrimination, such as Black and brown people. We strongly believe that voter suppression is disrespectful to the dignity of people. I fully support the resolution that's before you today. It opposes restrictions on voting. We affirm that every Michigan citizen must be able to have their voices heard on social justice issues, personal issues, such as how we deal with the pandemic, jobs, racism, environment, schools, women's rights, LGBT rights, economic justice, healthcare, immigration reform, a lot of issues that affect all of us. We're not alone in our belief that more efforts need to be done to expand and not restrict opportunities to vote. We urge the Oakland County Commissioners to vote yes on this resolution to stand up for all citizens' right to vote. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, I got Catherine Kennedy, followed by Heather Smiley. Catherine Kennedy. Welcome.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Catherine Kennedy from Lake Orion. Unfortunately, I left my bigger notes out in my car and didn't think I'd be able to get back in, so bear with me, please. So I'm actually very concerned about the spending going on in the county, the state and the federal government, but especially there's new departments in the county. We did not need a new public communications department. It seemed to have been put together with one position back in October of last year, but in the current budget on page 295 of 674, we apparently have 4 positions for public communications. A brand new office. In the September 15th finance meeting, I have notes indicating that there was a shift of $1 million from Homeland Security to the public communications, approved by MR 21323. I don't think that's appropriate to be shifting money from our security to communications. After all, the socialists, that's how they take over the countries, with communications centralized. One side, one story, one narrative is all they accept. We are losing our First Amendment rights, it seems, in this country. So the same page, I find that Homeland Security is now combined with the building department also. Another loss of 45 jobs. Now, some of these things, they just seem to shift from employees at the county to often contracted services, especially in the legal. I saw there was quite an expansion there, and I still haven't understood how we have 173 IT positions that didn't seem to appear in the prior year. I'm very concerned in the Department for Environment. There was no reason to create a whole department, spend $575,000 or whatever the amount was on a department every single year. All these 15% up salaries, all these shifts, all at the same time that we're experiencing terrible inflation on gas, food, everything. And the county has raised our property taxes rather than take the money that they had. We had $244 million in the ARPA funds. 128 we still have left from last year's CARES Act. So why are the citizens being taxed an extra 3.84% in property tax? And actually, there's a huge range. It goes from very low to, I think one of them might have been 12% in one community. I find that offensive. The fact that the CARES Act money, half of it, according to the June 9th meeting, half of it was spent on renters, not taxpayers, the people that actually pay for everything in the community. So I'm really quite confused on where your priorities are. When I see workforce development has a whole tab for refugees and immigrants and a whole tab for the Clean Slate Act, where you can get rid of 3 felonies, unlimited misdemeanors to join the workforce in our community, I really think that's very negative for business and our community overall. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up, we've got Heather Smiley.
My name is Heather Smiley. I am from Lake Orion, and Ms. Kennedy is a very difficult act to follow up with. I too am very concerned about the budgets, the allocations of funds that seem to be wasteful and in directions that we don't need to be doing at this time and point. I know that some of these might be something that we can touch base on later, but I think during a pandemic, as everyone is losing jobs, possibly losing homes, things of that nature, now is not a time to be adding additional taxes to the people that try to maintain and work every day and pay the salaries of our commission. I do also know there's a lot of things on here that just seem to be a little hinky. As far as she touched on there's some issues with the police. I know that I did speak with Markham earlier today. To my understanding, the cut in budget to the police officers or the sheriffs, it is for jobs that have not been hired out. My thought process is, with the rise in crime that has happened in our county and areas around, why are these jobs not important now? I do believe that they are something that need to be held. I also know that we've touched base on some silly spending, as I'd call, like the Gypsy Moth Project. As far as the immigration, I think it's an insult to someone of my stature who pays taxes every day on our paychecks that we are gonna give free healthcare, housing, vaccinations, all these things to people that possibly are just gonna infect with other diseases. If people are really that concerned about the diseasing, I think that that should be something that is taken care of on an off-site basis. I think that the prior agenda items that we're seeing are now coming to fruition again because of the handling in prior months. A lot of this stuff is duplicate that, you know, had come into other board meetings and councils and been passed, but probably not done the right way. So I think that's why we're seeing a lot of these things as a repeat as to today's. I also feel that there is a lack of trust that the people have for our hired hand, shall we say. We do not feel that you are doing what is best for the people that voted you in, that pay your salaries. We feel that it is very partial. We feel that as far as our thoughts, I've reached out to every single one of you about immigration, about the 112 Pike Street, about the Oakland County, and I have had 4 people across the board, there's 1 Democrat too, thank you, reach out to me. Not a single response, and this has been about 6 months that I've been trying to reach out to people to give my input. Not even a, hey, I received your email, thank you so much for sharing this with me. Nothing. What are you guys doing all day? I mean, not like rude, but can you not respond to an email? It takes 2 seconds. I had someone respond for their phone. I'm cool with that. I'm gonna read over the info. Great, thank you. I at least know that my voice, yet it is little, and I'm one person at least, is being heard or acknowledged. And I feel that a lot of us might be a little insulted, that we're stupid, that we don't understand, that, you know, I don't even know, but I'm not too happy. So if we could just get our aisles together, get what is best for the people together,
your time is up,
I think we'd be happy.
Thank you very much. Next up, we're going to have Carol Zach. Carol Zach.
Hello, my name is Carol Zach, and I'm from Rochester. And I have never been to one of these kind of meetings before, and I'm not a public speaker, but I've been really alarmed by the efforts across the country by the Republicans to suppress and restrict the right to vote. I'm just horrified by it, and I want to come here tonight. I heard that there was a resolution being introduced here tonight in opposition to restrict the right to vote, and I'm here to support that resolution. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else that would like to speak on items on today's agenda? We will have a second public comment after we take up the items on the agenda. Anybody else going once, going twice? All right, seeing no further public comment, the first public comment, I will declare public comment closed. This will bring us to the consent agenda. Can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda? Moved by Commissioner Charles, seconded by Commissioner Lubes. Any discussion on the consent agenda? Seeing none, if people can cast their vote. Do I do it again? Commissioner Gingell? Yep.
Mr. Chair, on the question of adopting the consent agenda, you have 20 yeas, 0 nays.
A sufficient number vote in the affirmative. The consent agenda is adopted. This will bring us to the regular portion of today's agenda. I will start with the Economic Development and Infrastructure Committee, and I will call to the podium The chair of that committee, Commissioner William Miller.
We don't have anything on the agenda.
You didn't have any.
What?
Nothing on the agenda.
No business.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'll come
That
up
was
and
part of the
talk.
consent agenda. Got it. All right. There is no additional items. All those items were taken up in the consent agenda. That will move us to the Finance Committee, and I will bring up the Finance Chair, or recognize the Finance Chair, Commissioner Gwen Markham. To kick this off, we'll recognize by law required to open up a public hearing for fiscal year 2022. This is the budget that we will be adopting this evening. So this is an opportunity for anyone to speak specifically to the county budget. If we don't have a separate sign-up sheet for that, so if you could come up to the podium, to the microphone there, if you want, if you have any specific public comment for the public hearing for our fiscal year 2022 budget. I'm going to declare the public hearing open at 7:05. Any member of the public want to speak about the budget specifically? Going once. This is about the public. We are required to convene a public hearing for the budget fiscal year 2022 at the start before we can actually vote on the budget. So anyone who would like to speak about the budget can speak right now. Mrs. Kennedy, you're welcome to. Welcome back.
Hello again, Mr. Woodward. My name's Catherine Kennedy from Lake Orion, and the budget hearing review was in the August 11th finance agenda. I was not able to attend the first two, but the page 2 simply had a department name and a number with no links to any financial data for the purpose of reviewing the budget review hearing. So that's my number one complaint. Because this entire new system has been thrown into the process, where in the meeting, in a couple of the meetings, I couldn't even get a packet until the day after the meeting occurred. This entire rollout of a totally different system at the time when you're going through a 2-year budget review isn't exactly ideal timing. I'm actually not happy with a lot of the things that are going on, but the last 4 items that were added in the August 31st agenda, that was a new meeting that only was called because of the Homeland Security delay, because of the mask mandate protesters outside. We actually had 4 insertions of pages that didn't exist on the 25th August budget hearing meeting, and that was supposedly the final hearing for the budget. So I guess the allocations, there was one for $2 million to the Tri-Party Road Commission, another one for the board themselves, gave themselves an extra $1 million, and the board expenses in 2020 were at $4.7 million. So why are we projecting amended expenses of now, with the extra $1 million that just got rolled in, over $9 million for just the Board of Commissioners, as opposed to 4.7 in 2020. That's quite a jump, especially at a time when 25% of our businesses no longer exist post-COVID, and we've got inflation going through the roof. And this is something that's going to affect everybody. They say, oh yeah, tax the rich. Well, the top 1% already pay 40% of all taxes in this country, I'll have you know. And the federal government already has every single taxpayer in debt, $228,000 each. That's like our overhead. That's like the equity in your house for most people, if you're lucky. But this government doesn't seem to think that the people who pay the taxes and are here, this is our country, this is our citizens' equity that's being thrown away, and for what? So our grandkids starve and have debt up the kazoo, or we become the United States of China? I don't know what's going on with this country. But what I can tell you is you cannot continue to spend wastefully and not have huge huge financial detriment throughout the country because this is the inflation goes through everything. The gas prices will be on everything.
Thank you, Mrs. Kennedy.
If you don't grocery
Wrap up your
shop,
sentence, please.
it's there. It's very scary what's going on. So for the
Mrs.
county
Kennedy,
to
your time
compound
is
all
up.
that
Ma'am,
inflationary cost
please
permanently
step away from the
with all the
microphone.
staff
You-
picking up and departments added,
Mrs. Kennedy, I'm
I
gonna
think
ask
it's a
nicely one
shame,
more time,
and I
please.
would appreciate if you
You are done
reject the budget
speaking.
in its entirety.
Mrs.
Thank you very
Kennedy?
much.
I'm going to ask one more time, please. No public displays of applause or things like that. We want to make sure that everyone's welcome to come up here and speak, even if they disagree with you. Is there any member of the public that would like to speak during the about the budget? Public hearing on the budget.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Kermit Williams, Pontiac City Council President. This was my first opportunity to come and speak to the commissioners this year. So I just want to thank you for your service. I know budget meetings are long meetings, but I want to thank you guys for doing the responsible thing and making a responsible budget. So again, I just want to commend you for your hard work.
Thank you for being here. Anybody else that would like to speak during the public hearing on the budget? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing and we'll bring it back to Commissioner Markham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to welcome everybody to this budget meeting, the review of the budget. I want to reassure the residents of Oakland County that the Board of Commissioners has been very deliberative in the process that we've gone through to evaluate the budget this year. It was presented to us by the county executive in late July. And since that time, we have held over a dozen budget hearings, bipartisan, Democrats, Republicans, in our committees. We've had plenty of discussions. We've talked to every major department about their budget and the changes that were made to it. So I want to reassure everybody that we were very deliberate about what this budget looks like. Our revenues, our expenditures match our revenues, and we have $971 million that we're spending. The word I like to use when I think about the budget is stewardship. It's our job to steward the taxpayer dollars in a way that best serves all of the residents of Oakland County, and to do that in a way that protects our county and protects our residents and lifts up as much as we can all of the really great things about Oakland County and our county government. So with that, I will proceed to, let's see. By the way, this is my first year as the chair of the Finance Committee, so if I make a few mistakes in the process, please bear with me. I move to accept the Legislative Affairs and Government Operations Committee report as presented.
Moved by Commissioner Markham, seconded by Commissioner Nelson. Any discussion? Please prompt the vote. But this is the report, this is the personnel report?
Yes.
Got it. Commissioner Nelson?
I would like, nope, it just prompted the vote.
Okay.
I'm good, thank you.
So this is not the budget, this is the personnel. This is the LAGO report. So on
That's
your,
not what came up. That's not what came up. What came up was the
yep. So can we
General
correct that?
Appropriations Act. You can change what we, you can change the title?
So the vote that we're taking is to approve the report from LAGO, the personnel report. So if you can,
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Cast your vote. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes, Commissioner Spiz.
Is there a way to change it before we vote? I would rather have it
I'd
correct
be
before
more
Can
comfortable
we
with that
pull it down?
as well.
Can we change it now?
It says vote for current item, Finance Committee.
Current item, okay.
Okay, is that all right? Yeah. Okay, so we're all voting on the personnel report from the LAGO Committee.
Correct.
Okay. Everybody good? Okay.
Lago report. The report. Report from Lago. Salary increase.
Do we have them all?
On the question of adopting the personnel report, Mr. Chair, you have 20 yeas, 0 nays.
Sufficient number voting in the affirmative. The report is adopted. Commissioner Markham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Next up, we have item B, the fiscal year 2022 General Appropriations Act and the 2022 County General Property Tax Rates. I move that.
Moved by Commissioner Markham, seconded by Commissioner Weipert. And I believe we have a series of amendments, and we'll take them in the order as they appear in the packet here. So the first one is an amendment to address the ARPA, the American Recovery Act local recovery funds in the budget. Can we get a motion to move that amendment? Moved by Commissioner Loop, seconded by Commissioner Joliet. This is an amendment that, changes what was in the budget, would allocate $5 million of ARPA funds that would be allowed to be released contingent upon approval of the Pandemic Response Ad Hoc Committee. Is there any discussion on this amendment? Commissioner Cavell.
Just curious, I believe the Pandemic Ad Hoc Committee was made before.
Can you get closer to the mic so we can hear?
How
And speak
about now?
loudly. Thank you.
Cool. Who is on the Pandemic Ad Hoc Committee? I believe that was created before.
It was created at the beginning of this year. It is myself, Commissioner Gershenson, Commissioner Moss, Commissioner Weipert, and Commissioner Jackson, and then 2 members of the administration.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, please prompt the vote for adoption of this amendment. Commissioner Spiz votes yes.
Mr. Chair, on the question of the Lubes amendment to the FY22 General Appropriations Act, you have 20 yeas, 0 nays.
Sufficient number voting in the affirmative. The amendment is adopted. This will bring us to amendment, I will call it B, an amendment about Marine Safety Patrol. I will recognize Commissioner Nelson.
Oop, I was going to make a motion.
Yep, go ahead. You just want to move the Marine Safety Patrol amendment? Commissioner Nelson moves the Marine Safety Patrol amendment, seconded by Commissioner Gingell. Any discussion? See no discussion. Can the clerk please prompt the vote?
Mr. Chair, on the question of the Nelson amendment to the FY22 General Appropriations Act, you have 20 yeas, 0 nays.
A sufficient number voting in the affirmative. The amendment is adopted. Next will be Amendment C, the Gypsy Moth Program, moved by Commissioner Spiz, seconded by Commissioner Lubes. Any discussion? Commissioner Spiz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since we have such a large audience today.
Can you make sure the mic is close to you so we can hear you?
Yep. Just since we have a large audience today, just to update everybody on what the Gypsum Moth program is. It's a matching grant program. Since over 2021, we had a large infestation of gypsy moth in multiple places around the county that destroyed many, many acres of trees. So this program is, like I said, is a matching grant program, hopefully so we can spray for gypsy moth in the spring. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Gershenson.
Yes, and I did want the audience to know that there will be lots of options looked at. Not every community will have to have a spray. We will have other options available based on MSU's extensions research.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, will the clerk prompt the vote?
Mr. Chair, on the question of the SPIS amendment to FY22 General Appropriations Act, you have 20 yeas, 0 nays.
A sufficient number vote in the affirmative. The amendment is adopted. This will bring us to Amendment D, the Campus Sustainability Project 52-2 District Courthouse. Moved by Commissioner Hoffman, seconded by Commissioner Weipert. Any discussion? Commissioner Gingell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe this is an issue that we've been trying to address for many years. We have property up in Clarkston on which to build this court, which is desperately needed, because if you go to the current court, it's not serving the court or the people well. It's in a temporary location, and it has been for years. So I just want to recognize this is the first step, and I hope that we'll continue on this matter with the second and third step. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, will the clerk prompt the vote?
Mr. Chair, on the question of the Hoffman amendment to the FY22 General Appropriations Act, you have 20 yeas, 0 nays.
A sufficient number voting in the affirmative. The amendment is adopted. This will bring us to the next amendment. This is an amendment related to professional service contract summary and removing some contracts off the list that's in the back appendix of the big book.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. I think you skipped an amendment.
E? Which amendment did I skip? The literacy?
Yeah.
That's F. On the,
Okay.
That's next. I thought it was the other way too, but it's after this one. This is a motion specifically removing a few of the professional service contracts and reserving the right for the board to review them at a further date. Is there a motion? Motion by Commissioner Spiz, seconded by Commissioner Lubes. Any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, will the clerk prompt the vote on the amendment?
Mr. Chair, on the question of the SPIS amendment to FY22 General Appropriations Act, you have 20 yeas, 0 nays.
A sufficient number voting in the affirmative. The amendment is adopted. This will bring us to the last amendment that we have in our packet, Amendment F, related to the literacy project. I recognize moved by Commissioner Kowal, seconded by Commissioner Cavell. Any discussion? Commissioner Kowal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, this $30,000 for the Oakland Literacy Council is a very good investment. So many adults that want to work are held up because they don't have the math literacy or the reading literacy for jobs. So this, we're always talking about how we can't get people for these jobs, and the people that want to work, I think it's just a great fit. and a great tool to help people get back to work. Thank you.
And this amendment is on top of the $10,000 that we have been supporting?
Correct.
Correct. Okay. Any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Clerk, will you please prompt the vote?
Mr. Chair, on the question of the COWAL amendment to FY22 General Appropriations Act, you have 20 yeas, 0 nays.
A sufficient number voting in the affirmative. The amendment is adopted. This brings us back to the main motion, the adoption of the fiscal year 2022 General Appropriation Act and the 2022 County General Property Tax Rates. Is there any discussion on the overall budget? I think Commissioner Markham did a great job summing up all the process, and I want to applaud Commissioner Markham and Vice Chair Commissioner Kowal and all the members of the Finance Committee who have really put in the time. This is an incredible process that starts in July, and lots of meetings and lots of public hearings with every department in county government. I mean, I've served on this board for more than 15 years, and through that process, you learn more about the day-to-day operations. I want to, again, applaud all commissioners for doing their homework and working together. This budget does a few things. I think that, I want to correct the record. Property tax has actually decreased because of the Headley rollback, as a result of this budget. Furthermore, some of the new investments, not only to strengthen our public health department, but also improving our corrections, criminal justice reform, the creation of a conviction integrity unit to be the second county such entity created, a number of reforms, and most importantly, this being the most transparent budget. For those who've been on the board a number of years, we've never had all the contracts, all the professional contracts as part of this budget, and I think it just goes to show one more step of not only ensuring that all the dollars that are entrusted by the community to run Oakland County, that we know where those dollars are going, and we can continue to ask questions to make certain that they're serving their purpose. As a result, I think the people of Oakland County are served, and this puts in place the resources that are necessary to ensure that prosperity can be enjoyed by all families here across Oakland County. So I want to say thank you. Thank you for everyone who put their work into this. It's been a great bipartisan exercise of doing great things together. Commissioner Long.
Thank you. I'm sorry, my request to speak is frozen. That might be what my children ordered or something. I don't know. But thank you, Chairman Woodward. And I just wanted to reiterate what you said. The county property tax was 4.19 maybe last time, and we are down to 0.388 now. So the property tax went down. So some of those individuals that are seeing higher taxes, they're probably from their local municipalities on their property tax sheet, but ours have went down. So I did want to, this budget, the property tax of the county is lower. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And I think I want to underscore too the truth in budgeting approach in this budget, and I want to applaud the administration of working to assemble a budget that expenditures for the year matches the revenue that comes in for that year. And I think it's reflected in all this. And to County Executive Coulter and his entire team, I know that we have a number of the finance team and the administration that are here, and this couldn't be possible without the incredible collaboration effort that we have with the executive office to get this done. Any further discussion on the budget? Seeing no further discussion, I would ask the clerk to prompt the vote on the adoption of the 2022 fiscal year annual Oakland County budget.
Wow. Cookie Monster's taking a picture.
Drum roll, please.
All right.
There we go. There we go.
Mr. Chair, on the question of the fiscal year 2022 General Appropriations Act and the fiscal year 2022 county general property tax rates, you have 20 yeas, 0 nays.
Not just a sufficient number voting in the affirmative, a unanimous vote for the budget to move Oakland County forward. Thank you very much, everybody. Okay, moving on to the next item. Commissioner Markham.
None of us are clapping. Should we give applause?
Okay. Commissioner Markham, next item on the agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just before I move on to the next agenda item, I just want to thank the members of the Finance Committee that worked so hard. I mean, really, we met so many times, and everybody was there for virtually every meeting. I want to also thank the members of the administration who guided us through understanding all of the different aspects. Kyle Jen, Lynn Sonkus, Chris Ward. And also
Our former chief of staff.
And also, especially because they took so much grief from all of us, our very own board staff, Patty, Michael, Aaron, Megan, all of you who have helped us. I know I didn't call you out by name, but they're not recognized very often, and we could not do these jobs. One of them I called up yesterday and I said, okay, well, here's the spreadsheet. You're an analyst. Will you analyze it for me? And he did. They do a great deal of work for us, really helping us understand what it is we're doing and what we're voting on. So I just want to say I'm very proud of a unanimous vote. It means the Republicans and the Democrats work together to move the budget forward for next year, and I appreciate everybody that was a part of making this happen. So thank you very much. And with that, I will move on to item number C under the Finance Committee, which is the resolution appropriation of the American Rescue Plan Act local fiscal recovery funds for county pandemic and recovery operational expenses.
Moved by Commissioner Markham, seconded by Commissioner Weipert. And there are 2 amendments for this item. So I will start with the first amendment. This is an amendment to approve the Guidehouse Fiscal Service Consulting Contract. This is the firm that we are working with to make sure that we allocate ARPA dollars accordingly. Is there a motion? Moved by Commissioner Joliet, seconded by Commissioner Charles. Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, Mr. Clerk, will you please prompt the vote on the adoption of the amendment?
Mr. Chair, on the question of the Markham amendment, you have 20 yeas, 0 nays.
Sufficient number voting in the affirmative. The amendment is adopted. Move us to the next amendment. This is the amendment. This is to approve all the other professional and contractual services of the dollars that we are reimbursing the county, and particularly the county general fund for. Is there a motion? Moved by Commissioner Lubes, seconded by Commissioner Weipert. Any discussion? The amendment is in your packet. Seeing none, if we can call the roll on the approval of the amendment, or prompt the vote.
Mr. Chair, on the question of the Lubes amendment, you have 20 yeas, 0 nays.
Sufficient number voting in the affirmative. The amendment is adopted. This brings us back to the main motion. Is there any discussion on this item? This is the appropriation of the American Rescue Plan Act local fiscal recovery funds for county pandemic and recovery operational expenses. This is for the public, for those who are watching. At the very beginning of this year, we allocated $10 million of general fund dollars, so that we didn't have to wait for the arrival of these resources, so that we could respond promptly on pandemic-related expenses. And this amendment takes the ARP dollars and puts it back into the general fund. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Clerk, will you please prompt the roll on the approval of item C here?
Mr. Chair, on the question of the appropriation of American Rescue Plan Act local fiscal recovery funds for county pandemic and recovery operational expenses as amended, you have 20 yeas and 0 nays.
A sufficient number voted in the affirmative. The resolution is adopted. Commissioner Markham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That concludes the report of the Finance Committee for this evening.
Thank you, Commissioner Markham. I will now recognize the Chair of the Legislative Affairs and Government Operations Committee, the Honorable Kristen Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have 4 items on the regular agenda this evening. The first is a resolution titled Opposition to Restrict the Right to Vote. And Mr. Chair, I move the adoption of the foregoing resolution.
Commissioner Nelson moves, seconded by Commissioner Gershenson. Is there any discussion? Start with Commissioner Gershenson, followed by Long.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to say I received several perspective resolutions from many different groups, and I went out of my way to work with our staff to make sure that this was not a partisan issue. I wasn't looking to point fingers at anyone in the Michigan legislature. I extended an offer to work with the minority commissioners so that it could be bipartisan, because the right to vote is not a partisan issue. This should be something that we all support. So I'm hoping that we will be able to have some bipartisan votes on this one. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Long, followed by
Okay, well,
Commissioner
that's a
Ginzel.
tough one to follow, Commissioner Gershenson. So
Okay.
I'm
Commissioner
voting,
Long.
I am voting no on this resolution. I strongly believe that Michigan voters and all the voters across United States need a driver's license or some form of ID to protect our voting intentions. So I'm no, sorry.
Thank you, Commissioner Long. Are you
But I do appreciate her because I did know she reached and what, the resolution's much different than it started. So I do appreciate your effort. So, but I'm still a no. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Ginzel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to make a couple comments. One, I appreciate the commissioner putting in the resolution, but in my mind, this is not setting county policy. It's not dealing with the county budget, and it's not setting a tax millage rate of the county, which are the 3 things that this body really has jurisdiction to do. Therefore, if it doesn't do one of those 3 things, even though we say it's not a partisan or political statement or a resolution, in my mind it is. I will not be supporting this because I do believe, as with Commissioner Long, you need a valid driver's license or form of ID to vote. You should ensure that you are not dead when you're voting, and that you should not be allowed to vote as an illegal immigrant in this country. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Moss, followed by Commissioner Joliet.
Thank you very much. I'm looking at the resolution. I've looked at it rather carefully, and it starts out, we're all, we're against restricting the right to vote. We want to make sure people have the right to vote, and when it gets right down to it, and right down to what it is that we are actually being asked to support or oppose, it boils down to the ballot drop boxes and early voting for 2 weeks. Now, early voting for 2 weeks may or may not be a good thing. Ballot drop boxes may or may not be a good thing. I've heard it both ways. But to essentially say that we are here protecting the right to vote because we don't want any change to the ballot drop boxes or early voting every 2 weeks, And that to oppose this is restricting the right to vote is like saying, gee, I'm against evil, mayhem, death, disfigurement, and human misery, but what we're really talking about is don't change the 55-mile-an-hour speed limit. There are arguments to doing either way, but I'm going to be voting no on this, and the reason why is very simple. The ballot drop boxes may be great, they may not be great. The early voting every 2 weeks may be great, it may not be great, but I think this is something that reasonable people can talk about and reasonable people can discuss. It may come down either way. But I do not think that just these two items, which is what we're talking about, because I've looked everywhere and I don't see anywhere where it says talks about ID. I mean, there's a lot of talking about ID, that there is nothing in the whereas or whatever that we're doing. I think that we have a duty to at least talk about whether these items deal with the changes between voter turnout increasing, which we like, and voter integrity, which we also like. So I'm going to be voting no on this one. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Moss. Commissioner Joliet.
Thank you. I'm all for having everybody be able to vote, but I would like to bring integrity to voting. And I contacted Senator Ruth Johnson, who is our former Secretary of State, to see exactly what kind of bills that they were looking at doing. And they're all in committees right now, but one of the major underlying premises is you need to have an ID. And I firmly believe that to bring integrity to voting, and something I didn't know, but for low-income people to receive subsidies, they have to have an ID. And also, they do help them, if they don't have an ID, they get a free voucher, and they help them to get an ID. So there's no cost to that. So for that reason, I can't support this, because I think that we do need to bring integrity to voting.
Thank you, Commissioner Joliet. Commissioner Jackson.
Thank you. And I just want to say I'm going to be in support of this resolution because I feel as though it's needed. I feel as though currently there is an active effort to restrict voting. And I don't know why in this country, where the vote has been hard fought and won by people of color, by women, why we be at this juncture trying to limit access to voting and requiring additional or IDs when in the past that was not necessary. People could just sign and say they were who they are. I just really feel as though we as a body should be honored to be in favor of this resolution today, because it does demonstrate that we care about our democracy and the voting process. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Jackson. Please. Any further discussion? Commissioner Gengel for a second time.
Yes, thank you for a second time. And I appreciate Commissioner Jackson's comment, but I think this is a practical matter that needs a practical solution. And just for example, I do travel for work, and when I go to a hotel, I have to provide an ID and a credit card. If you go to a bar and you want to drink, you need to show an ID to prove your age. Why wouldn't we have somebody show an ID to do one of the most important sacred things of this country, which is vote?
Another outbreak like that, we will take a 15-minute recess. Any further discussion? Commissioner Cavell.
Thank you. So what Commissioner Gengel and other commissioners have said, the things you're referring to are privileges, right? You have the privilege to go to a bar, you have the privilege to drive, you have the privilege to travel. That's different than a right, which is guaranteed by the Constitution of the United States. It's a right to vote. We should vote for this.
Thank you. All right.
Sorry,
we're going to
Mr.
recognize
Chair.
Commissioner We're
Mr.
taking
Chair.
a 15-minute recess.
You should not make us fit a vaccine card and then tell us that we don't have to have an ID.
Here.
Commissioner Kokendorfer is excused. Commissioner Kowal.
Here.
Commissioner Kuhn.
Here.
Commissioner Long.
Here.
Commissioner Lubes. Commissioner Markham.
Commissioner Markham, we're
Commissioner
doing a quorum
Markham.
call.
Commissioner McGillivray.
Here.
Commissioner Miller. Commissioner Moss.
Here.
Commissioner Nelson. Commissioner Powell. Commissioner Spiz.
Present.
Commissioner Whitebert.
Here.
Commissioner Woodward.
Here.
Commissioner Jackson.
Here.
Commissioner Miller. Mr. Chair, you have a quorum.
Quorum's been reestablished, and we will resume speaking. I think next up in the queue, I have Commissioner Gingell for a third time.
No, I
Oh,
was,
you withdrew.
second.
I'm sorry. Commissioner Gershenson for a second time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say that I am so proud to have brought this voting rights resolution forward. This is a non-binding resolution, which we do all the time. And when we live in a country where voting rights are being attacked, I feel it's important to stand up and say, our voting rights are being threatened, and I'm not going to stand for it. I am going to make a statement, and I'm proud of every commissioner that will stand with me. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any further? I guess he wasn't. Commissioner Gingell for a third and final time.
Yeah, so I will take my third and final time, and I guess I would say, the thing about people's right to vote and the stance and all that is good, but I think if we're going to go to the fact about rights, we shouldn't pick and choose. Our Constitution gives us the right to be free, the right to choose, which includes not having mass mandates imposed upon us. It includes allowing me to decide what to do for my family. So you can't have it both ways and say, hey, it's your right, you get the vote, but it's not your right, I'm going to tell you what to do here. So I appreciate the comments, but it doesn't add up to me, and I'm still a no. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Gingell. Commissioner Powell.
As an individual who represents a minority district, actually the highest minority district and impoverished district in Oakland County, I do see some of these things that were stressed in this resolution that has been issues in our district, in my community, and I thank you graciously for submitting such a resolution to protect people of color and people of minorityship, the right to vote, because nothing was required but a signature for your to prove who your identity was. So all these other changes clearly sets another agenda. So I'm proud of my Commissioner Gershenson for putting forth this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Powell. I'm going to speak in support of this resolution. I never thought I'd see the day in which a presidential candidate would propel a big lie and declare that an election is... Would propel a big lie, disproved over and over, every lawsuit dismissed, and continue to advocate and embrace and support things to suggest in any way that this election was not secure, to suggest that this election was not accurate, to suggest, excuse me, I'm talking, to suggest in any way, shape, or form that the outcome of the election is not so. The reality is that there is efforts across this country to actually restrict the right to vote. Laws get passed in Lansing not to make, or around this country, not to make it easier to vote, is to make it harder for some people to vote. And it has been, time and time again. And the good thing is, particularly in this state, that the voters went around the legislature and went to the voters to make certain that there was a guarantee that anyone could cast an absentee ballot regardless of age. They went around the process to make sure that as many votes could happen. And as a result, Oakland County had more votes than any time in our history. That Michigan had more votes in 2020 without any time in our history. The election was certified. The election was accurate. The state, one more outburst and we're going to clear the room. That any effort to make it harder to vote is un-American. And so I want to applaud Commissioner Gershenson for bringing this forward. I want to applaud all the people who reached out to us This is, I mean, it's a non-binding because we don't control all of those things, but what we do is direct our lobbyists and other things to fight against these types of things when these resolutions are adopted, and that's exactly what we're doing here today. We are standing on the right side of history. We are standing in support of democracy. We are standing on making certain that every person, every eligible voter can cast a vote and make sure that that vote is counted. And we should be doing more to make it easier to vote than taking steps to make it harder to vote. So with that, I don't see any further discussion. Mr. Clerk, please, was there any more discussion? No. All right, please prompt the vote. Oh, excuse me, Commissioner Hoffman.
This is not a Democrat or Republican issue. This is not a rich or poor issue. You need identification to cash a check, to get a CPL, probably to get into the casino, to buy alcohol. I don't see this as making the voting harder. I agree with you. We should make it as easy as possible. So people should be able to get identification. But that doesn't, this is the most sacred thing we do in this country is vote. And if we're not going to protect the integrity of the voting, then all is lost. It just seems to me that this is not that difficult. This is really a simple, honest approach to protecting the integrity of our democracy. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. We are seeing no further discussion. Mr. Clerk, please prompt the vote.
Mr. Chair, on the question of miscellaneous resolution 21355, opposition to the restrict the right to vote, you have 11 yeas and 9 nays.
A sufficient number voting in the affirmative, the resolution is adopted. Commissioner Nelson.
Thank you, Mr.
One more
Chair.
outburst, and we will take another 15-minute recess.
The second
Commissioner
item-
Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The second item is a resolution recognizing the second Monday of October as Indigenous Peoples' Day. Mr. Chair, I move the adoption of the foregoing resolution.
Moved by Commissioner Nelson, seconded by Commissioner Miller. Is there any discussion? Commissioner Gingell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As last year, I'm going to continue to oppose replacing Columbus Day with Indigenous People Day. I don't think it's appropriate. I think if we want to recognize this group, we can find a different day. I just think it's, as I said last year when this was passed by the majority, it's not accurate, it's not appropriate, and it's really not needed at the Board of Commissioners. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Miller.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, by recognizing Indigenous People Day in exchange for Columbus Day, we're bringing awareness that we are not going to allow someone to be glorified into a heroship because of the hurt they caused in history to Indigenous people of America. And we will recognize the perseverance, power of Native communities continuing here in the world and in Oakland County. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Miller. Any further discussion? Commissioner Hoffman, followed by Commissioner Moss.
Last year we had the same discussion, and I asked Commissioner Miller why he wanted to get rid of Columbus Day and replace it with Indigenous People Day. And I actually support having a day for each one of these groups of people. Columbus risked life and limb to explore the world, open up trade, all those things. Was he perfect? No. Did he support slavery? Yes. Did he enslave people? Yes. But as I pointed out last year, the 5 largest Indian nations owned slave, traded in slaves, owned plantation. So we're trading one day for another. But we need to look at history. We can't erase history. But we have to look at the good things these people contributed to the formation of this nation. And the Indians were brutalized. They added a lot to what we have in this country today. But they should both be recognized for the good they did in the world, and not tear one down and replace it with another group of people that do exactly the same thing. I think that's being a little hypocritical.
Thank you, Commissioner Hoffman. Commissioner Moss, followed by Commissioner Miller for a second time.
Yeah, thank you. Like I said, this date has always been Columbus Day, and I can understand why. And then the idea that we want to celebrate Indigenous people is a great idea. I like it. We talk about being inclusive, so let's include. Let's have them both rather than chopping the one off and bringing the other. It does not have to be either or. I don't know. I would be willing if somebody wanted to make the motion to make it both. I think that it's wrong to try to take and forget the one set of history and not celebrate that, but celebrate the other. I don't see why there can't be room for both, and on the same day. And I'd be willing to vote for that, but I'm not willing to vote for replacing one with the other. I don't think that does any favors, unless, of course, what you're doing is wanting to degrade Columbus, Ohio, in which case I'd be all for it. All right, so I'm going to be voting no unless somebody wants to make a motion and that would pass that we include them both, have them both, because both are part of our nation and our continent's history. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Moss. Commissioner Miller for a second time.
Well, I'm glad I don't live in Columbus, Ohio, because I'd have a bigger fight. But as I say, is for hundreds of years, indigenous people have dealt with this day that's celebrated as Columbus Day, and it's just a heartache for them. And I hope one day that Oakland County we can change our holiday going forward and make it Indigenous People Day and get rid of Columbus Day. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Hoffman. Commissioner Hoffman for a second time.
Thank you very much. I'd like to make a motion then that we include Columbus Day and Indigenous People Day and applaud both groups for what they contributed to our nation.
So our practice is to have that that amendment in writing. Do you want to take a recess to prepare it in writing?
I think it's pretty simple. Include both groups.
We'll take a 5-minute recess. Commissioner Hoffman, write up the resolution, the amendment, and we'll consider it at that time.
Who brought the alcohol?
pull us out of recess. All right, I'm going to call us back to order. I don't think we need a quorum call. I see everyone in the room. Okay. All right. I believe, before we broke, Commissioner Hoffman was working on a resolution, and so just to save time, I'm just going to read it. Commissioner Hoffman offers a resolution, another be it further resolved clause that says, be it further resolved that we declare it shall be Columbus and Indigenous People Day. And moved by Commissioner Hoffman, seconded by Commissioner Moss. Any discussion on it? Commissioner Hoffman, you want to speak to your motion?
I'm good, thank you.
Commissioner Miller, on the amendment.
Yes, I'm going to vote no on this. It takes away from everything we're trying to do here as a county, as being a welcoming county, open and respectful county. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Commissioner Miller. Any further discussion? Commissioner Charles.
Yes, thank you. On its face, it's almost laughable. This would be as if Larry Nassar and Simone Biles were in a resolution together. So yeah, I'm a no on this one.
Thank you, Commissioner Charles. Commissioner Cavell.
I also am going to vote no, echoing what Commissioner Charles and Commissioner Miller said. I can understand the perspective, and Bob, you and I like history, so I understand your perspective. But I think that that is also because people were inordinately hurt and damaged as a result of this. Making one person above another then makes one person above another. And there's no recourse for indigenous peoples. So, I mean, that's just not fair from my perspective. And from an indigenous person's perspective, not me, but people that are of that ilk, they don't have the same clout or status or stature. Because I didn't learn about indigenous peoples in high school, and I don't think any of us did. But we all learned about Christopher Columbus. So.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any further discussion? I also will be voting no and recommend my colleagues vote no. Mr. Clerk, please. Oh, did you have? I'm sorry. No further discussion? Mr. Clerk, will you prompt the vote on the amendment? Fred, if you want that. On the amendment. On the amendment.
Mr. Chair, on the question of the Hoffman amendment, you have 10 yeas, 9 nays.
Mr. Chair, I should be a no vote.
No, it did not pass. I'm going to have to help my colleagues count. You need 11 votes to pass. So the vote tallies on the board. The vote tally on the board. Are we? All right. Okay. So we're still doing the tally of the votes. Everyone, please vote. This is on the amendment.
It's on the amendment? So we vote no.
Somebody changed it.
This is the amendment, right?
Mr. Chair, on the question of the Hoffman amendment, you have 8 yeas, 11 nays.
An insufficient number voting in the affirmative, the amendment fails. This brings us back to the main motion. Any further discussion on the resolution? Seeing no further discussion on the resolution, please, Mr. Clerk, please
Mr. Chair.
Tally the prompt. Excuse me. I'm tired. Prompt the vote on the resolution.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair. Yeah, Mr. Chair, if I may.
During the vote? Wait.
No, Mr. Chair, I do have a question.
Point of information,
Can you please help me
Commissioner.
understand that, what just happened?
What?
Can you please help me understand what just happened? Because we had a vote, I can understand
The
if somebody
vote-
voted wrong.
I did not announce the votes, and the vote was corrected before the vote was announced. The vote wasn't recorded. I did not announce the vote. The vote was tallied. I announced the vote after it was tallied.
Nope, screen doesn't
The
matter.
motion failed.
I guess, Mr. Chair, I guess
So-
just a point of order. Mr. Chair, just a point of order. I believe you did call the vote, if I remember
I
correctly.
did not call
But-
the vote.
But I guess my point is,
Commissioner
if somebody
Spiz, you
voted
are out of order.
If somebody voted incorrectly,
Commissioner
that's
Spiz,
understandable.
Commissioner
But you just have
Spiz,
to
you
go
are
through
out
the
of
process to
order.
correct it.
I called the vote. 11 votes against, 9 votes for. The tally, it causes the resolution to fail.
So if we go back to the record, okay. So if we go back to the record,
All right, moving on. We are voting on the resolution.
Point of order. What are we doing?
Now we're voting on the amendment.
We did.
Excuse me, point of order. What are we doing?
There are more commissioners to vote.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioners, please,
What are
I
we
think
doing?
it's been prompted to vote.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. Could we just have an
Commissioner
explanation
Moss?
on what we're doing now?
Pardon?
Okay, can you give me what are
Commissioner
we
Moss.
voting on now?
We are voting on the adoption of the resolution.
Minus the amendment.
The amendment
resolution.
failed. The resolution as it was presented, correct.
All right, and, all right. We can go back and look at the vote tally for the vote on the amendment to double check on that. Because I have a question how 10 turned to 8. But thank you very much. Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you, Commissioner. Has everyone cast their votes? Commissioner Powell, on the resolution.
Long.
Yes. Yes.
Long.
Commissioner Powell votes yes. Commissioner. Yeah. You want?
You know how tough it is to be up there.
I have, I believe I did.
Oh, we're fine. We're moved on. We're good.
I believe I did vote in safe. I did vote.
Did you deliver a vote?
Did you vote no?
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, you voted no, right? Huh?
You said you just voted.
I voted no, but I thought that was on the amendment.
This one is kind of significant. This is like, do you recognize the place?
Mr. Chairman?
Gary.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner McGilvery.
I voted on it, but I thought that was on the last motion because it popped up right after
All
I
right.
voted
All
the
right.
last.
Clear the vote. Clear the vote. Clear the vote. All right. Now posted, this is on the resolution as it was presented. The amendment failed. So as it came through committee, please cast your vote.
Mr. Chair, on the question of the miscellaneous resolution recognizing the second Monday of October as Indigenous Peoples' Day, you have 11 yeas, 9 nays.
A sufficient number voting in the affirmative, the resolution is adopted. Commissioner Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The third item is appointment Director of Public Services.
Excuse me, Commissioner Nelson, please continue.
The third item is appointment Director of Public Services. Pursuant to Public Act 139 of 1973 and on behalf of the Legislative Affairs and Government Operations Committee, I move confirmation of the County Executive's appointment of Barbara Hankey as Director of Public Services.
Moved by Commissioner Nelson, seconded by Commissioner Charles. Is there any discussion about the appointment of Barb Hankey? Commissioner Moss.
Yes, over the years, I've dealt with Ms. Hankey, and this is extremely good appointment. This is extremely good for the county, and I'm very happy to see it, and congratulations to her and to the county executive for appointing. I think the county of Oakland will be very, very well served, and we're glad she's here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Moss. Any further comments, discussion? Commissioner Cavell.
I just want to second Commissioner Moss's statements. Barb's great.
Great. Thank you. Any further discussion, Commissioner Kowal?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that the appointment of Barb Hankey is a wonderful move. I've worked with her since back when we were on the jail overcrowding task force. Remember those days? She's always been very professional, very knowledgeable, and I think it's a great asset for Oakland County.
Thank you, Commissioner Kowal. Any further discussion? Seeing none, Mr. Kirk, please prompt the vote to the appointment of Barb Hankey as our Public Service Director.
Mr. Chair, on the question of the confirmation of the appointment of Barbara Hankey as the Director of Public Services, you have 20 yeas and 0 nays.
A sufficient number voted in the affirmative. The appointment is confirmed. Congratulations, Ms. Hankey. Commissioner Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The last item, appointment, Board of County Canvassers. The next item, appointment, Board of County Canvassers. The Legislative Affairs and Government Operations Committee, having considered the recommendations from each political party to fill one vacancy each on the Oakland County Board of Canvassers on September 28, 2021. And the LAGO Committee recommends that Gloria Harstein Span, Democrat, be reappointed to the Board of Canvassers for a 4-year term expiring October 31st of 2025. The LAGO Committee stood silent on the Republican appointment during that Legislative Affairs and Government Operations Committee meeting. Mr. Chair, on behalf of the LAGO Committee, I move acceptance of the foregoing report.
Moved by, well.
What do we do now?
Do we accept the report? I need the staff's confirmation. Do we receive the report? We're gonna vote in a second, or do we just do the voting? Do we just do the voting? I mean, this one's a little bit different because it's different than all the other appointments.
Mr. Chair, if I could, each of the commissioners have been given a ballot. If they could please mark it, and when they have it, just raise it up, and we'll come pick it up. We'll do a quick tally and then announce the vote.
Right. Okay. So just for commissioners, if this is your first time doing this, on your sheet there should be your name on it. It is the nominees that were issued by both the Republican Party and the Democratic Party for the Board of Canvassers spot. As Commissioner Nelson mentioned, the committee recommended the appointment of one of them. I'm going to be voting for Gloria Harstein Span for the Democratic nominee and Wilma Cotton for the Republican nominee. Please mark your vote, and staff will collect and bring it and tally the vote.
Wasn't real good.
I already marked it.
Yeah. Oh, you did a lot of yeah. All right. Well, I didn't.
Maybe.
Thank you.
Probably might be right.
I'm sure it sold pretty well. Yeah. I can't. I pick up the phone and call him. Yeah. 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 Well, I think we lost him soon anyway. That's right. As fast as I sound,
Sitting in the splash zone. There you go. You get it. That's right. Gary,
Mr. Chair, on the question of the Board of County Canvassers ballot, for the
Mr. Clerk,
Republican
could you please
nominees,
okay,
the
go ahead.
nominee Wilma Cotton received 19 votes. Neither of the other two nominees received any votes. And then as for the Democratic nominees, Gloria Harston Span received 18 votes, and neither of the other nominees received any votes. So Wilma Cotton as the Republican nominee and Gloria Harston Span as the Democratic nominee.
Congratulations both to Wilma Cotton and Gloria Span on their appointment for another four-year term on our Oakland County Board of Canvassers. Commissioner Nelson.
Mr. Chair, that concludes the report of the Legislative Affairs and Government Operations Committee.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now brings us to Public Health and Safety, which I think all those items were taken up on the consent agenda. Reports of special committees, there is none. Special order business, none. Unfinished business, none. That brings us to new and miscellaneous business. And I will recognize Commissioner Spiz. I think on the,
Which item?
no, excuse me, Commissioner Moss. I apologize, Commissioner. You
Thank
have
you,
a
Mr.
resolution to introduce?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to introduce a resolution to amend the rules of the Board of Commissioners, Section 2, Order of Business, and I would like to request suspension of the board rules.
Motion to,
If you want more detail, it would
was it
be
in,
to...
our board rules
Yes.
require that be in writing? Is it in writing?
It isn't, but it can be.
Suspension of the rules, yes. Okay, we'll come back to you, Commissioner Moss.
Right.
So next, can staff assist Commissioner Moss? Next up, at a past meeting, miscellaneous resolutions 21357 was referred incorrectly to the wrong committee, and I need a motion to refer it to the Pandemic Ad Hoc Committee. Moved by Commissioner Gershenson, seconded by Commissioner Markham. Please call the roll on the re-referral of miscellaneous resolution 21357.
Can you repeat that, Chairman? What resolution, please? I'm
This
sorry.
is miscellaneous resolution 21357. It's item B here. It was referred to the incorrect committee. It's going to be referred to the ad hoc committee on the pandemic. This is the Kokendorfer the resolution.
Second one.
Mr. Chair? Mr. Chair, if I may? Did you just referred that to an ad hoc committee?
Yes.
Do our rules allow it to go to an ad hoc committee versus a real
Yes.
committee?
Any further discussion?
I don't think it does.
Commissioner
Mr. Chair.
Gingell.
Yeah, just a point of clarification. I know you're reading the miscellaneous resolution number. What is the name, the title of the resolution? I'm looking for it and I don't see it, so.
It's item B on the list under new and miscellaneous business. Request for Oakland County Health Division to permit school districts to determine mask requirements.
So this is the Kokendorfer resolution?
Correct. Any further discussion? Please call the roll on the re-referral.
I don't know how you,
Call the roll on the Gershenson motion. It was moved by Commissioner Gershenson, seconded by Commissioner Markham.
It was supposed to. He won't let it go on.
This is to put it in the pandemic ad hoc.
Mr. Chair, can we get a point of clarification on the vote?
Yes, the vote is to refer this resolution to the ad hoc, the pandemic ad hoc committee. To refer, it was incorrectly referred to Lago, and we're going to refer it to the ad hoc committee. Please, yes, okay, wait, can staff correct it? This is the refer to the pandemic ad hoc committee. Yes, okay, please, the clerk will prompt the vote. Commissioner Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Stop, wait.
I thought it was going to public health and safety.
It is not. The motion has been made to refer it to it's a pandemic-related issue. It's going to refer to the it's going to be referred to the pandemic ad hoc committee.
No? if it at least goes to committee.
A second, guys. The
Mr. Chair, if I
staff
may.
is prompting the vote.
Mr. Chair, if I may. Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Spiz.
can I request a corp council interpretation of our board rules about
No.
going to an ad hoc committee?
Motion is to refer to ad hoc. Okay. This is the referral to the ad hoc committee. The vote has been prompted.
No?
Yeah.
Hey, Tom.
I thought I already voted once. Yeah.
Commissioner Wiper?
Yeah. Wow.
You want me to vote? Is that what we're doing? I'm gonna send it. Hold on. Don't vote for it, right?
Mr. Chair, on the question of the re-referral of miscellaneous resolution 21357, you have 12 yeas and 8 nays.
Sufficient number voting in the affirmative. The resolution is adopted. Okay. I'm going to come back to amendment to the first new miscellaneous business item, Commissioner Moss. We are in receipt of requests to suspend the rules, to take up the item immediately. Please prompt the vote on suspension of the rules.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I don't think, does anyone have it up on their screen yet?
If you
It's
can
coming.
read
Yep, got it. So there was a motion by Moss, I don't know if supported by Commissioner Long. This is a motion to suspend the rules.
Now, see, at least it'll go to a committee.
You gonna vote, Mike? Sometimes you don't hit it right.
No.
Commissioner Lubes, please cast your vote. This is the motion to suspend the rules. Commissioner Kuhn? How do you vote? We can record it up here. Commissioner Kuhn, how do you vote to suspend the rules? Oh, you're in.
Mr. Chair, on the question of the suspension of the rules, you have 9 yeas, 11 nays.
An insufficient number voting in the affirmative. The rules, the motion to suspend the rules fails. Commissioner Moss, would you like to have it referred to the Legislative Affairs and Government Operations Committee?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Referred without objection. I think it brings us to item number C, the Local Government Critical Infrastructure Planning Grant Program. Commissioner Spiz.
I'm going to defer to my colleague, Mr. Cavell. I think you have the resolution.
Oh, Commissioner Cavell then.
Thanks, Commissioner Spiz. So this, I'd like to, this is the first time I'm doing this, so please tell me if I do anything wrong. But we would like to refer this to the Economic Development Committee.
Economic and Infrastructure. So the Local Government Critical Infrastructure Planning Grant Program resolution offered by Commissioner Spiz and Commissioner Cavell being referred to the Economic Development and Infrastructure Committee. Referred without objection. Are there any new and miscellaneous business items? Commissioner Spiz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to give notice to discharge Resolution 21191, opposing vaccine passports in Oakland County.
2-1, can you say that number again?
21191.
211. I'm sorry. Did the clerk get that? I don't need to actually have it. So you give notice to discharge, and
Yes.
we'll place it on the future meeting.
Thank you.
Okay? Any further new miscellaneous business? Seeing none, that brings us to announcements. Are there any announcements? Commissioner Long.
I will be brief because it's been long and they're waiting long, but I just want to give a kudos to our assistant principal at Walled Lake, Mr. Froning. They are doing a fabulous job with mental health awareness week this week and suicide prevention for teens. My son has come home and asked me numerous questions, so I'm glad they're doing the program, and I hope some other principals are too at the local high schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Long. Any further announcements? Commissioner Jackson, followed by Commissioner Powell.
I just want to make everybody aware that the second annual Southfield Domestic Violence March is going to occur this Sunday. We have 500 people already pre-registered to participate in the march. It's supported by the Southfield Police as well as our local courts. We've had over 15,000 domestic violence related calls to our police averaged in the last few years. And this is following a new model of policing presented by our Chief of Police, Barron, the community harms policing model that addresses crimes that affect quality of life, because we know our quality of life is just as or more important than our property. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Powell.
All right. Again, I just wanted to thank Commissioner Gwen Markham for doing a very, very wonderful job with our Finance Committee and with the budget this year. Because we both served on it, I think she did. We both served, and to walk and go behind the lane, you did an amazing job. So thank you, Gwen.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I think we all share that. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Commissioner Nelson.
Thank you, Chairman. The Oakland County Board of Commissioners Healthy Aging Ad Hoc Committee, in partnership with Area Agency on Aging, we're seeking input to identify gaps in services for senior residents through a survey. The survey can be found on our website and is open and available to take until Friday, October 8th. So I highly encourage all seniors here in Oakland County, as well as caretakers and family members, to fill out that survey in regards to looking at how we can better enhance and expand services for seniors here in Oakland County.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. You have one more announcement? Commissioner Powell.
Also wanted to thank Jim Nash, our Water Resource Commissioner. Today he hosted an event to honor former Commissioner Hubert Price Jr., who passed 5 years ago, but yesterday was his birthday, 75, and we have made Bodette Park the dam in honor of him. So thank you, Jim Nash and the staff, and also thanks to the commissioners who have served with him in the past. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner. A great honor. Any further announcements? Seeing none, we will move on to the second public comment of the evening. This is the opportunity to talk about, for the public to come before and address the commission on any item not on the agenda. And we have people who signed up, so we will start going through this list. And if you didn't sign up, we'll get you at the end. We ask that you keep your comments to 3 minutes. As a matter of practice, the commission does not engage in a Q&A. This is your opportunity to address the commission. Everyone, we afford 3 minutes. We ask that the audience refrain from applause, and that is not to discourage anyone from coming forward to share possibly a different opinion, and be respectful of everybody. Please direct your comments to me, the chair, and not to individual commissioners. I'll start at the top of the list with Katie Kern, followed by Kristen Noble.
My name is Katie and I'm from Waterford. I'm in my 11th year of nursing and proudly fired from Henry Ford for refusing the mandate. People ask me all the time, are they really firing hospital staff? The answer is yes, absolutely they are. They can use whatever language they want to try to manipulate the public, but when the system removes you from the schedule, locks you out of your accounts, and tells you not to return, that's called termination, not voluntary resignation. And again, hospitals wouldn't be firing medical staff if we were really in a healthcare crisis or pandemic. Everyone needs to wake up. 2 interesting articles came out regarding this topic in Henry Ford. The first claimed 98% of staff are vaccinated. This, of course, came out after their mandate deadline and after they fired all staff who refused to comply. Social engineering at its best. So to use deductive reasoning, that means the system only granted 2% of their thousands of employees medical or religious exemptions. I love to see the pay grades of those who received exemptions, as my comrades left in the hospital state they're mostly upper-level management, physicians, and mid-level providers. Of course, right? They make the system money. Nurses mean nothing to them. Essential to expendable and now replaceable. The second article admits that Henry Ford closed 120 beds due to staffing shortages. Remember, they created the shortage. They are now heavily recruiting nurses from the Philippines and Canada. Where is the loyalty to the American staff who bravely served and risked their lives working through the entire pandemic? This sickens me, and it should worry all of you. I warned you last time I was here that you'll all be next, and now you are. They will come for your job too. If we all stood together and said no, they could never do this to us. Again, I challenge you all to be brave and to be a patriot. The CDC is prepping hospitals to treat polio-like symptoms in kids as young as 5 years old. Polio-like symptoms are a known side effect of vaccinating kids against COVID. So I ask you, if this is a known side effect that is very harmful to these kids, why are they going to be recommended to receive it? It isn't safe, and it is not effective at preventing transmission. Further, kids have a 99.99% survival rate from COVID. Mr. Woodward, you are out of order. I read that you stated that kids as young as 2 should be immunized. And I wonder if you have kids or grandkids, nieces or nephews, will you be standing with them and be first in line? Will you explain to them after why they have paralysis or weakness, myocarditis? Possibly later in life, will you explain to them why they are sterile and cannot have children? These are known side effects. It's been proven that the spike protein stores in reproductive organs. Wake up. There are safe and effective ways to treat COVID. Hydration, ivermectin, vitamin C, vitamin D, zinc, iodine, ozone, hydrogen peroxide, nebulizing hydrogen peroxide. They're all proven, safe, and effective. The private practice where I now work has treated nearly 700 patients with these protocols with 0 deaths from COVID. You all need to stop being sheep, do your own research, and become free thinkers before that's made illegal too. Think about it. If you are a person who believes in the socially engineered science of the vaccine and do believe it is safe and effective, why should it matter if I'm vaccinated? In reverse, if you admit this vaccine has failed or is unsafe, why should I be vaccinated? I mean, we don't go around asking who has had the flu shot after receiving it. It's ludicrous. The final variant is called communism. Once the U.S. is infected with that, there will be no cure. Our freedom will be lost forever, so please fight and help us protect us and pass an ordinance in Oakland County to keep us safe.
Thank you, Ms. Kern. Please refrain from public demonstrations. Ms. Noble, followed by Anita Luisia.
Kristen Noble from Waterford, currently on suspension from Henry Ford Health System, again asking you to help us instead of divide us. Have you ever co-counseled your health and medical decisions with the government before? No. So why are we allowing this to happen? What has changed? Why do they care about our lives so much now? Are they ever concerned with the alcoholics admitted to the hospital who keep drinking, the diabetics who refuse insulin, people with high blood pressure that stop taking their antihypertensive medication? Was the government ever concerned with people not getting an annual flu shot who are admitted to the hospital for treatment of the flu? It absolutely appalls me that doctors are actually refusing treatment to unvaccinated individuals now, or shunning patients who come to the hospital for treatment of COVID who have not been vaccinated. When did my body, my choice stop meaning something? How did we get here? It seems like every week it's something new. I wanted to make sure you were all aware Henry Ford Health System's vaccine mandate was September 10th. On the 13th, the system announced 120 bed closures due to inadequate staff, and Beaumont announced 180 closures a couple days later. A quote from a doctor within the system states, quote, "Unfortunately, our healthcare system, as well as other healthcare systems across the region, state, and nation, are facing unprecedented staffing challenges, only exacerbated by this pandemic," unquote. I don't want the media to skew this information. I am sure some healthcare personnel have left the hospital because of the burnout, but just so you are properly informed, burnout existed well before COVID, and we have also had a nursing shortage well before COVID, and nurses didn't just coincidentally decide to retire after September 10th either. Don't be fooled, this vaccine mandate has caused the majority of this inadequate staffing. H2N2 in 1951, H3N2 in 1968, SARS-CoV in 2003, H5N1 in 2004, H1N1 in 2009, MERS-CoV in 2012, and the seasonal flu every year, and we did not put countries into lockdowns. We did not block the global economy. We did not paralyze the education system. We did not social distance, and we did not tell healthy people to wear masks. All of you who are following the science need to stop and ask yourself, why are individuals in the healthcare field speaking out? Why are some refusing the shots? Why are some willing to lose their credibility, jobs, financial stability, and careers over speaking out? Why would we do all this when there's so much for us to potentially lose? It's because we know something is wrong. When did it become a bad thing to ask questions or raise concern of the unknown? Ask yourself, why are we being censored and silenced? Why would you have to bribe the general public if something is safe? When is somebody actually going to investigate the shot and the current death count associated with it? At what number are they going to shut it down? How many more people have to die? It's funny, you might have heard the CDC say that reports of deaths and other adverse events do not necessarily mean the vaccines are to blame, but you better believe that in the midst of COVID, patients who had heart attacks, strokes, were in a car accident, or any other complication that resulted in death and tested positive for COVID were counted as a COVID death. 2 weeks to flatten the curve, 70% herd immunity changed to 98%. Social distance, the definition of herd immunity changed. Wear masks, stay inside, don't gather, don't hug. I'm gonna skip this part, and I'm just gonna say one more thing. One last thing I would like to say was how mind-boggling it was
up. I mean,
at
can
the
you wrap
last.
up your last sentence? Thank you. Another applause. We will take another recess. Anita Lucia, followed by Maria
Sir,
Dia.
it's still Anita Lucia.
Lucia.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Ladies, gentlemen, big brother, it's a miracle you're all here today after surviving Arts, Beats, and Eats, Motorbella, downtown's Franklin Summer Block Party, and day-to-day life, all while amongst the greatest threat to mankind, unvaccinated children. One day, we'll read about your bravery and survival in textbooks published by the same people who sell books by Hunter Biden. So why our children? Why come after our children? You don't care when they're being killed off by poison, suction, and forceps. All of a sudden, you're the party of life? The party who tells children to cover their faces to save the grandparents that you plan to euthanize anyway. So why our children? Simple, early indoctrination. Shape a malleable mind to be fearful if they don't obey government orders, no matter how arbitrary they may be. You replace faith with fear, convincing them that their freedoms depend on how well they follow the rules, to obey without question. Socialists want to replace God and be God to their subjects, an all-powerful government deity, enslaving the minds of people into complete submission. Divide and conquer, masked versus unmasked, vaccinated versus unvaccinated, deputizing citizens and family members against one another, as Christ said would happen. Do not think that I came to bring peace on the earth. I did not come to bring peace, but a sword, and you will all fall on your sword. Mr. Woodward, you had the audacity to call measures to end the mask mandate Republican theater, dismissing doctors, parents, professionals, nurses, teachers, and children who waited to speak here on September 2nd. This isn't theater. These mandates are affecting the lives and the livelihood of decent people who work and contribute to your paycheck. If you feel threatened by your constituents who are exercising their freedom of speech and doing their civic duty to be involved in day-to-day matters that affect their lives, then perhaps you should resign and apply for citizenship in the socialist enslavement of Canada. Why didn't you refute the data that was presented? If you are so confident about your position and everyone else who disagrees is wrong, then please tell us why we're wrong and why you know what's best for our children. Why you're able to look at your childhood pictures and see a maskless world and brand our children's minds permanently with masks and plastic barriers. Indeed, COVID has taken precious lives. May God give those families strength and one day justice. But we cannot continue to live as if death is a maskless face or less than 6 feet away from us. I'm 98% sure of our survival. Fear-mongering creates victims, and every victim needs a savior. Commissioners, we're no victims, we're Americans. And you're no savior. We already have one. The path to salvation lies in serving one master, not you. Thomas Paine says, tyranny, like hell, is not easily conquered. Yet we have this consolation with us that the harder the conflict, the more glorious the triumph. And it will be glorious. From one sinner to another, I pray God converts your hearts into doing the right thing, because in the end, only one vote counts. Only one. Seek the glory from God, not others, and give parents choice. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to take a 15-minute recess. afforded the same amount of time to speak to address this commission. So please, cooperate. First up, we got Maria Gia, followed by Deanna Jamil. Welcome.
Last month was the first time I attended this meeting, and it was eye-opening. I want to thank all of you for making it very clear what goes on here. I left the meeting feeling very educated, but extremely frustrated, disappointed, and most of all, disgusted. I can't believe some of you were even ever elected. Some of you have no business representing anyone in this county. Mr. Woodward, you are nothing but a smug political bully with a gavel. If it makes you feel powerful and good about yourself, you should seek help. There's a quote that I say often that says, you do what you know at the time, and when you know better, you do better. Well, after last month's meeting, I now know better. And so I will make it my mission to work with other members of this community to get some of you out of your elected roles. There is no room for people on this board disrespecting and ignoring citizens here giving public comment. In fact, somebody who sits right over here was actually passing out cookies to his colleagues while parents were up here speaking about harm being done to their children. That's sick. It's not right. So thank you for being so bold in your disrespect for the residents of this community and showing us your true colors. My mom always told me, when someone shows you who they are, believe them. I can just say that I believe you, and so do hundreds and thousands of other residents. Last month, I presented clinical data, scientific information, and logical reasoning, but you didn't care about any of that or the well-being of our children and the damage you are inflicting on them. You do, however, care a lot about a few things: your own political fight, your power, and pushing agendas that take away our rights. You don't care about citizens, and you very clearly don't care about Oakland County's most helpless and vulnerable citizens, the children. Your agenda is all that matters, even at the expense of others, and that's sick. You use our children as political pawns. Quite honestly, they should come out with a vaccine against that. Now, that's a vaccine I can get on board with, and I would gladly administer it to several of you with multiple booster shots. You tell all of us that you don't make these mandates. Well, technically, you're correct. That's Ms. Stafford. But that doesn't let you off the hook. You put her in her role, and she's accountable to this board. She continues to harm children, and not only do you allow it, but you smugly encourage it and refuse to even put that topic on the agenda for discussion. It's sickening. You are complicit in the abuse and harm of thousands of children in this county. You should be prosecuted for child abuse, and if we can find a way to do it, we're going to make it happen. Here's a newsflash for all of you child abusers. Your views are not the majority. There are hundreds of people in this community to remind you of that. We tell you every month how we feel, but you continue to ignore us and push your destructive, harmful socialist plan on our children. Well, in case you haven't figured it out by now, we are the majority. We are not going away, and we are not going to stop fighting for our children and our rights. At the end of our lives, we all need to meet our maker. And I know in my heart I will have no regret meeting my maker, because I stood up here advocating for children, their right to breathe fresh air, to not be abused at school day in and day out, emotionally and physically, by the masks and the mandates that you're putting on these children and allowing. I did what was right. You can't say the same. When the day comes for you to meet your maker, you are all going to be asked, how did you treat the children of Oakland County? And I would love to watch you just squirm. And there's a special place in hell for some of you that harm children.
Okay. Let's try to be respectful to everybody. Deanna Jamil, followed by Amy Lambert.
Hello, my name is Deanna Jamil. I'm from Walled Lake. I am a concerned mother of two. I also have my master's in social work. I worked for Child Protective Services in Wayne County for 5 years. What is happening to our children is child abuse, and I can quote the Michigan Child Protection Law. It's child abuse and neglect, I should add. Child neglect means harm or threatened harm to a child's health or welfare by a parent, legal guardian, or any other person responsible for the child's health or welfare that occurs through the following: Article 2, placing a child at an unreasonable risk to the child's health or welfare by failure of the parent, legal guardian, or other persons responsible for the child's health or welfare to intervene to eliminate that risk when that person is able to do so and has or should have knowledge of that risk. Mandating a child to wear a mask for up to 8 hours a day, including sports, is child abuse and neglect. If I were still employed with the state, I would find a preponderance of evidence to support child abuse in this case. If someone were to make allegations about a child wearing a mask, what Oakland County is doing to our children is unlawful. Due to this mandate, I have made the decision to homeschool my children. My daughter was supposed to start her first year of school as a kindergartner. However, as a mother, I could not live with the fact that she would be forced to wear a mask. Last year, she attended junior kindergarten for about 5 months in person. During that time, she was also forced to wear a mask.
She developed mask acne, which I think is termed maskne, I think is what we are calling it now. Also, she would come home, her mask would be full of boogers, food, you name it. It's just disgusting, but that's supposed to protect them. So, along with a lot of other parents, I was told that masks would be recommended, and then conveniently, the day before the first day of school, it became mandated. So I did bite the bullet, and I sent her to school for one full day. During that full day, I was notified by her teacher that my 5-year-old was falling asleep during class. Mind you, she stopped napping when she was 2 years old. So I can't help but think that she was falling asleep due to a lack of oxygen. So that prompted my decision to really take her out. This is just one example. No one knows the long-term effects mask wearing will have on our children. It has already shown to affect all aspects: physical, mental, social, psychological. According to the resolution, I can't pronounce the commissioner's name. Yes, I'll just call him Adam. Yes.
K.
Which was failed to be on the agenda at a meeting that it was supposed to be on, that Mr. Hoffman tried to get on. It's hard for me to see that democracy is not happening how it should. You guys are totally not following the agendas that he was claiming it was supposed to be on the agenda. It never did. But we're talking about changing a law to Columbus Day, but our kids aren't being protected. I just don't understand the rationale, and I hope you guys will take into consideration our children, please. Thank you.
Amy Lambert, followed by Ginny Wade, then Autumn Wade. And if you could share, name your community as well.
Hi, guys. My name's Amy Lambert. I'm from Oxford. I'm a mother of 2 boys, aged 5 and 7, who attend Clear Lake Elementary. I've worked in the healthcare industry here for the past 15 years, with 10 of those being in the healthcare system, serving as an exercise physiologist in the cardiac department. Working through this pandemic and in the healthcare system has given me a much higher advantage than most, seeing the detrimental effects of masking both physically, mentally, and physiologically. When the state was shut down last year and people were forced to stay home, we essentially forced people into a far worse situation: domestic abuse. Our ER is filled up with it. From the CDC in Michigan in 2020, there were 2,114 deaths from assaults, homicide, and down to this year, it's 1,709 at the beginning of this month. So we did okay by getting kids back in person. We got them out of the hands of their abusers, but now you became their new abusers. Kids don't understand why they're being forced to wear a device that prohibits their breathing. They feel punished. Placing masks on people prohibits their breathing. You may not be physically holding them down or placing pressure on their chest to prevent them from breathing, but you are placing a device on their face that reduces their ability to breathe properly. And now, sadly, we're seeing a far greater suicides than we are deaths from COVID in adolescents and deaths from drug overdose. Before COVID, an American died by suicide every 6 hours. It's a huge public health threat and a leading cause of death for those aged 25 and younger. It is something that we have only made worse as we, led by the politicians and the science, deprived our youngest members of society, who constitute 1/3 of the U.S. population, of educational, emotional, and social development, without their permission or consent for over a year. And why? For what? We were scared. We were scared for our lives and those that we love. And like your average German on the street in the 1930s and 40s, we believed that doing what we were told and supporting the national cause would save us and our families. The reality is we sacrificed others without a second thought. We sacrificed our youth's lives, our future livelihoods, in a desperate attempt to save a slim minority. COVID possesses minimal risk to healthy individuals under 65 and is even less of a threat to youth. Preliminary data suggests that COVID accounts for barely 1.2% of deaths in all those under 25. Why are we even attempting to subject the entirety of the U.S. population to isolation and effectual mask wearing instead of supporting voluntary focused protection for those who actually need it? And why do we continue to deny all the groups an opportunity to enjoy and celebrate life, when after 1 year, deaths from COVID barely equivalent to 0.16% of the population? Society needs to remember that the stolen COVID generation will one day run the country. They'll be the ones taking care of you. Politicians, remember that they're the generation whose rights have so blatantly been violated, soon to be able to vote. Reconsider the mask mandate. Allow us, their parents, to make the decision for them. My child, my choice. Thank you.
Thank you. Ginny Wack, followed by Autumn Wack, then Colleen Zamet.
Good evening. My name is Ginny Wade, and I am a resident of Oxford, Michigan. I come to you this evening not as a public speaker. Getting up here is hard for me, but I come as a deeply concerned parent who would rather face my fears than have my children continue to be forced to mask and/or vaccinate. I am the mother of 3 children. I personally have seen these mandates and how they have affected my children and their friends. We know what these masks are doing to our children, and keeping them safe is a minuscule percentage of that. In fact, for every article that you present that says masks work, there's an equal number of articles saying that they do not. I wonder if you know that if your high school teenage student drove to school this morning, that their odds were higher of dying on the way to school driving than of dying of COVID. There is zero evidence to show that there is a significant risk to children of dying from COVID, and here's a percentage taken from the CDC itself, if we're listening to them this week. Children ages 5 to 14 have a 0.000002% chance, or 0.2 in 100,000, of dying from this virus. Other statistics my child has a higher rate of dying from are cancer, 2.1 in 100,000, suicide, 1.5 in 100,000, 0.7 of homicide, 0.6 of cardiovascular disease, drowning, 0.5, flu and pneumonia, 0.3, and below all of that are suffocation and COVID at 0.2 in 100,000. Yet this board, instead of banning swimming pools or investing in mental health services that kids could have access to, or making sure our kids get cardiovascular exercise and not eat garbage food and drink pop, are making kids wear masks. Or they could be walking to school instead of driving, since they're more at risk of dying on the way to school. With flu and pneumonia being a higher rate, I wonder why we never masked our kids during the flu outbreaks. We know what masks are doing to our children, and some of the issues that we see are inability to interact and communicate with others, inability to understand their teachers. My child is taking Spanish at OCC, and she can't understand her teacher to learn how to speak Spanish, and we're paying for this. Masks make us lack empathy, which I can clearly see from this side of the room. Masks lead to feelings of loneliness and social isolation, and these are just a small handful of issues that we're seeing. The suicide rates of attempts were up from the summer of 2019 to summer of 2020, 22.3% in kids 12 to 17 years old. I would like to take a moment and ask this room for a moment of silence for all the kids who have committed suicide in Oakland County and our state and country due to mandates like the ones your board is imposing on our children, for the kids without help, and continued mandates for the kids that will commit suicide. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Autumn Wade, followed by Colleen Zamet, and then Sarah Lipson.
Good evening. My name is Autumn Wade, and I am 16 years old. This year for school, I am finishing my high school credits at Oakland Community College. Several weeks ago, I attended a powerful prayer meeting, and following that, a political meeting. I want you to know that we prayed for all of you during that hour dedicated to prayer. Confidence I gained from that experience led to my decision to not wear a mask in the school hallways for one day. The burden of having to wear a mask fell upon me as soon as I learned of the mandate that would force me to cover my face, limit my oxygen supply, and hinder my communication for sometimes 6 hours a day. And I am only taking 2 classes. I was already very nervous about going to school there this year. I can still recall the new waves of anxiety, sadness, and anger crashing over me after discovering the news. Anxiety about mask wearing. It would make it difficult to understand my teachers, especially in Spanish. That would isolate me from others, and that my teacher would be strict and mean about the mandate. I remember having to wear a mask to driver's education last year and regularly getting lightheaded. I was sad because the controlling mandate made me miss more than ever the homeschool program I used to go to that allowed us to make our own choices and allowed us to learn in a free environment cohesive to learning. This gave me the ability to connect with others naturally, how it used to be, develop friendships, and breathe fresh air. I was also infuriated that such tyrants could decide that they knew better than parents and students about what was best for the students, that this board blatantly ignored families and taxpayers that run their schools. I was angry that our government and community were falling into a totalitarian direction and that I would have to sacrifice my values to attend a school that my parents paid for me to attend. We didn't sign up for this. For the first weeks of school, I wore my mask. I looked forward expectantly to the break in the middle of my longest class that allowed me to go outside and breathe and maybe talk to someone without missing class. However, the masks have made people more isolated. Everyone covers their face and minds their own business. In these first few weeks, I had the most conversations with people purely out of their desperation to get their hands on a mask, even a used one just to get to class, without being ridiculed or kicked out. I was also in this position once, and I was panicked, late, even though I had gotten up early to be here on time. And I had to borrow a mask from a professor I had never met before. I used a mask just to go to class. However, that day, I walked the halls with no mask, and I was the only one. Once I got to my first class, Spanish, I went to put my mask on, but instead I let it hang on my chin. I waited for someone to say something about it, but no one did. I was put in a new Spanish conversation group that day, and I felt more comfortable being friendly, asking others questions, and making them feel welcome. I was able to finally practice my conversation in Spanish without having to constantly pull up my mask, afraid of what people would think if it fell off my face. Again. Throughout the class, I could show the teacher that I was listening, reacting to what she said. I felt more able to smile, laugh, ask questions, and interact with her. To my surprise, I wore no mask in the next class. Thank you.
Please. Thank you very much. Colleen Zamet, followed by Sarah Lipson.
Hello, I'm Colleen Zamet. I have a few things to comment on, and I'm going to do my best not to repeat things that they have talked about already. I agree with all of them. I'll probably agree with everything everybody else is commenting on too. Number one, the wonderful game of kick the can that's been going on with the Kokendorfer resolution. I was here at the September 2nd meeting. Wouldn't get addressed. It was kicked to the Public Health and Safety Committee. I went to that committee meeting. It was supposed to be on the agenda, wasn't on the agenda, tried to get it on the agenda, refused. Tried to get it on the agenda, or tried to talk about it tonight. It has now been passed to some ad hoc committee. It is clearly a topic that nobody here wants to discuss, or at least some of you do not want to discuss. A lot of people want to discuss it. Why do we want to discuss it? There is a mask mandate in place for our students, K-12. Obviously, I think it's completely ridiculous. So, you've got your health director, which instituted this mandate. We vote for you all. She is appointed by our county commissioner, county executive, excuse me. So it is appalling to think that there is no authority over the health division. So why you refuse to talk about this countywide mask mandate in our schools is really beyond me. It needs to be discussed. Hopefully it will be rescinded. Let's see. Oh, finally, I had the pleasure of being at the Bloomfield Hills Board of Education meeting last week. There was a very lengthy presentation about test scores. It was great. Basically, short answer or short presentation is pretty much all of the test scores went down in remote learning. I don't think anybody was surprised by it, but one thing I was surprised about is the very casual way that everybody just agreed all of a sudden that remote learning really wasn't such a great idea. And it did a great disservice to our kids. Now, that was not the original narrative. I don't really know when the switch flipped. There were those of us from the very beginning that said, this is probably not going to be a good thing for our kids. So I have to ask all of you, right now, there are many people that say, it's just a mask. It's really not a big deal. Your kid can handle it. They're resilient. Do we really want to be in the same place a year from now when we are talking about all of the harmful effects to our kids, especially our youngest kids, their developmental delays, their lack of socialization, their inability to understand their friends and their teacher and their basic fear of one another? Do we want to be talking about this a year from now? Or do we want to allow parents the ability to decide what is best for their kids and to recognize the fact that, quite frankly, our kids are at an extremely low risk of COVID. And we have somehow, as a society, decided that it is okay for us to ask our children to protect us, when from the beginning of time, we have all agreed that we should protect them. Now we're asking them to protect us. Unacceptable. Please reconsider talking about this issue.
Thank you. Sarah Lipson, followed by Heidi West. And Sarah, can you share with us, share with us what your community is from, what work community you are from?
Hi, I'm Sarah Lipson. I'm from West Bloomfield. I had to edit my comment quickly as a result of the mask mandate resolution, which was supposed to be sent to the Health and Safety Committee 2 weeks ago and conveniently did not make it to the agenda, forcing it to be brought back to tonight's meeting. Because of your votes and refusal to acknowledge your commissioner's request to look at the ad hoc rules, it will now be brought back to an ad hoc committee, which hasn't met in months. And we checked, there currently is no meeting set on the calendar for this committee. So you should all be very alarmed about that. This is anything but transparent. I'm speaking tonight to address a violation of civil rights by Commissioner Woodward, Oakland County, and this board. This auditorium holds roughly 300 people. At the last Board of Commissioners meeting on September 2nd, David Woodward decided that he would limit capacity of this auditorium to just 67 people. The deputies outside the auditorium even enforced this order. Is everyone listening? Because it doesn't look like they are. For almost 4 weeks now, members of the public have been requesting the order referenced at the September 2nd meeting, FOIA'd the order, which, quote, does not exist, and requested the assistance of several commissioners with very little, if any, success to provide this proof. It appears if this was in fact an order, it would be very easy to provide the requested information in a very swift process to citizens. Being able to attend meetings of this board is a right that I and all county citizens have. You interfering with that right is a violation of our civil liberties, and we will not stand for it. The public is done with the games, the lying, and the deceit. You have a responsibility to answer for your actions. Ironically, just today, a new order dated September 27th was issued to limit capacity in this building. It is not, however, the 67-person limit stated previously at the September 2nd meeting. It's half of 67 for the employee area, which is about 34 people, and half of the 209 for the auditorium, or 105. This also means that at the September 2nd meeting, there was no order, and if there was, it surely wasn't 67 total individuals allowed in this building, as was enforced. The order cited on September 2nd appears to be a lie, and Commissioner Woodward actively violated the Open Meetings Act by limiting meeting access of Oakland County citizens. Breaking the law is grounds for being recalled at a minimum. History will not look kindly upon David Woodward or anyone else who knew about this violation of the law and did nothing to prevent this situation. We citizens will not let this issue get brushed under the rug, and we will not allow our rights to continue to be violated by this board or county.
Thank you. Heidi West, followed by Bobby Roop, and then Burke Cuny.
Hello, my name is Heidi West. I've been a part of the Walled Lake Consolidated community for a little over 20 years now. I'm obviously addressing those who are voting for any mask mandates. I'm not going to stand up here and rattle off statistics or present scientific data to you. I'm assuming all of you have heard it and have chosen to ignore it. 2 years ago, when the flu season came around, the most we did as parents and teachers was remind our kids to wash their hands or cover their mouths when they coughed. Now, in a so-called pandemic where our kids are less likely to contract or spread COVID-19, we've decided the best course of action is to force them to cover their beautiful faces for 8 to 10 hours a day, 5 days a week. My son is a junior at Walled Lake Western High School, and like many others in the school, is fortunate enough to have developed natural immunity to this disease that presents little risk to him regardless. Yet he wakes up every day and puts a mask on his face from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m., Monday through Friday, simply because he is forced to. He was lucky enough to land a part in the school's production of Mamma Mia, and although I was so excited for him, my stomach sank when I realized that the cast was probably going to be forced to wear masks during a 2.5-hour show for 4 consecutive days. These are the same kids who spend hours outside of school together without their masks on, yet under the heat of the lights and pressure of their scenes will be forced to stand up and convey feelings and express themselves musically while being covered by a useless, potentially harmful piece of fabric. I am imploring all of you to please consider what's in the best interest of our children. I acknowledge the fact that you need a symbolic security blanket to make yourselves feel better, But I think as a community, we're capable enough to make the decision for ourselves with regards to what's best for us and for our kids. Thank you.
Thank you. Bobby Roop, followed by Burke Cuny.
Good evening. Bobby Roop, Oxford. Mr. Woodward, appreciate you, appreciate the board members that are here, and I appreciate your attention tonight. What I'm here to talk about is the legal standing of the order. I represent a group of over 900 concerned community members from Oxford, and we've spent some time using the Freedom of Information Act this past month to try to get to the bottom of this. We just want to understand the truth here and reveal the truth to the people. I think they deserve to see it. So I'm just going to read the first paragraph here of the emergency order as it stands. It says, the health officer of Oakland County Health Division makes the following factual determinations and issues this order pursuant to the Michigan Public Health Code. Okay, so on the surface, that sounds good, right? That it's in pursuant to the Michigan Public Health Code. Now, through the FOIA process, we received some draft copies of that order before it went out to the public. And this is what it says in the first draft that we received. So it says in pursuant to the Michigan Public Health Code, but then it references the health codes that backs the order. Okay, so it uses MCL 333.2451, 333.2453, as well as R.3251754. Which is an administrative rule promulgated by the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services. So where did those health codes go? What happened between the first draft and the final revision that went out to the public? Well, I've got that answer too. So I also have a draft here that was revised from an attorney that is within the county here, and he scratches out all of those codes. Why did he scratch them out? It says here on the side, this is a note that's a Word document. It says neither 333.2451 nor Michigan Admin Code R3251754 allow a health officer to issue an order for people to wear masks. This is an attorney at the county that you guys should know. You guys have probably, I would hope that you guys have all seen this. So now let's go back to where it is today. It's just pursuant to the Michigan Public Health Code. What part of the Public Health Code? You guys, I'm just a random dude from Oxford. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a politician. I'm not a doctor. I'm just a guy that wants to advocate for the truth. You guys should be doing that too. I'm raising these children up in the society right now, and as most of you were raised, probably had this distrust of politicians. Politicians lie, they cheat, they steal. I don't want to raise my children up to distrust you guys. I want them to trust you. And as we've seen tonight, as the last lady spoke about some of these orders that you guys kind of throw out, I've got the evidence here. I'm going to leave this, and Mr. Woodward, I'd appreciate it if you would read this. It's struck out by an attorney from the county. Does it have legal standing? And if not, I ask you to rescind the order immediately. Thank you.
Thank you. Burke Cuny, followed by Brother Thomas Zarafa. Is Burke still here? I know he spoke at the beginning. I don't see Burke. And I think Brother Tom Zarafa stepped away as well. Next up, I have Elizabeth Kelly.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Elizabeth Kelly. I reside in Holly, but I'm the CEO of Hope, which we operate 2 shelters in Pontiac. And I'm here to talk about something actually totally different than everyone else. We provide low barrier and emergency shelter in Oakland County. Most people don't think of the county as having a homeless problem, but every year, and it's been consistent for years and years, that 3,000 people are literally homeless in the county. Those are the ones that are living in their cars, living in shelters, living rough in the community. And so what we try to do, and especially during COVID, this was a really dangerous time because in other states, the population that was living rough spread COVID throughout the community. Instead, we really ramped up our efforts, as did other shelters in the county, and we made sure that we were able to assist people in real time. So we are very proud of what we've done, and now we have some opportunity because in the county, we've been kind of a resource as have other human service agencies that run kind of under the radar screen. We're part of your infrastructure. We're part of the social safety net, but we're not recognized. And so what we want to do is make sure that I know that you'll be considering in the future the ARPA funds. And the ARPA funds give us an opportunity to do things like take the shelter that I run and decongregate it and help us to be able to provide individual rooms. That way, for future communicable anything, whether it be a bad influenza season or whatever, we're able to keep people safe and again, reduce the spread of these kinds of diseases. So I am very excited that we have this opportunity, and this is the challenge that I'm going to put out to all of you to please make sure that you consider this and consider people that really don't normally get to come to the Board of Commission meetings, and I have the privilege of speaking for them. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next up, we have Mike LeBlanc, followed by Sheila Sakow.
Good evening. My name is Michael LeBlanc, and I never thought I would be homeless in my life. With an undergraduate degree from Central Michigan University and a master's from Michigan State in finance and marketing, and running a multi-mortgage company, depression hit, and it hit hard. I attempted suicide twice. Every time I was at the hospital, when I left the hospital, fortunately, Hope Shelter was there for me. If it was not for them, I probably would not be here, or I'd definitely be living on the streets. So I just, I believe in them. I believe in the program. And if it wasn't for them, I wouldn't be up here this evening speaking. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for being here. Sheila Sakow, followed by Brian Wright.
Hi, my name is Sheila Sacco, and I was a former homeless person, and Hope Shelter helped me get into my own apartment, and the people there are so fantastic that they made me feel like I was part of their family. They didn't judge me because I was homeless. They accepted me for who I was with no questions asked. When I went to the shelter, my health was very, very poor. I couldn't walk from here to here without getting out of breath. And they helped me. I've quit smoking. I've lost 100 pounds, and they helped me tremendously. They were there so much for me that when my son passed away on March 17th of this year, the embrace that they gave to me and showed me that I was worth something. And a lot of the homeless people, they don't get that until they get into a shelter, something like Hope. And they give you the hope that you're worth something, or you matter. Your vote matters no matter who you are. And if it wasn't for them, I'd probably have died or in really super bad condition, because I was in the hospital at least once a month for like a year. But once I come to them, they treated me with respect. They give me my dignity when I left. And that's important to somebody's self-worth, to know that they matter. And if it wasn't for them, I wouldn't be. So I'm appreciative of the shelters that they provide. Thank you.
Thank you. Brian Wright, followed by Danielle Hoover.
Okay. My name is Brian Wright. I am a resident of Royal Oak, and I work in Pontiac at the Hope Adult Shelter. And as COVID, the pandemic emerged, we all learned about the best ways to keep ourselves safe from the virus. We added certain precautions to our own daily routines. I want you to think about your personal routine, how it was altered. What made you feel safe? Did you isolate from others as a way to keep yourself a little bit safer? I know I did. Now imagine sleeping in a congregant setting with bunk beds, a large room. You can hear the person in the next bed breathing, coughing, snoring. How safe would you feel during a pandemic? How well would you sleep? How long would you stay in that environment? One of the things that we know is that if we can keep people engaged in the process, we will help them resolve their homelessness. And so we have an opportunity to improve the situation, to make people safer. And so when the ARPA funds come to you for a vote, I hope that you will support the resolutions that will help decongregate this shelter. There will also be an opportunity to help support additional units of affordable housing. All of these things are vitally important. And when we are able to support and elevate the most challenged resident in our county, we will help the entire county prosper. And that's an important thing for us to remember. So when that comes to vote, I hope that you will give serious consideration and help those funds do the most good. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Danielle Hoover, followed by Heather Smiley, then Catherine Kennedy.
Hi, I'm Danielle. I just want to say thank you guys for all being here. I'm standing here for masks. They are so safe and so effective that you have to force our children to wear them for 8 to 10 hours a day. That's how safe and effective they are. They have to force it. The mandate is only for our youngest that cannot fight back. I am for masks being thrown away. Do you change your mask when you leave this room? Do you wear an N95 mask? Do you have proper PPE training? I've seen all of you touch your mask repeatedly, every single one of you. That is not proper PPE. You don't have training. You shouldn't be wearing it because you are actually spreading it more than anybody else, most likely. Where are all the biohazard bins? Where are they? Next time I'm going to invite all of you guys to bring your kids unmasked so that they can sit here and see you guys and look you in your face. As for each of you that are for the mandate, you should be ashamed of yourself. It is shameful. I talked to one of you guys on the phone and you told me that you were scared of 2-year-olds that were unmasked. What kind of crazy is that? I've never put a mask on my 2-year-old, and I never will. Never. Your fear, you should just be ashamed. You told me you thanked a mother in a grocery store for having a face mask and a face shield on a child under the age of 5. What? That is child abuse. That is child abuse. 2 masks on a baby, that is child abuse. That amount of fear is more scary to me than COVID, than it could ever be. That is more scary. Our babies don't deserve this. I don't know why you're not teaching health to our children, but instead you're pushing a vaccine and a mandate on our children. Teach them how to take care of themselves. Teach them how to wash their hands. That's what the health department does. It doesn't make mandates for my children. Another one of your wonderful adult professionals stood up while one of us was talking and stormed out of here and said, "I'm not listening to this crap." That was extremely unprofessional, and you should be ashamed of yourself. I'm blown away. I'm blown away by what I saw tonight, and I think everyone else is, and will be here every single week, or every single meeting, I promise you, with more people. These are our kids. We have the rights to them, not you. You do not make choices for my children. I pushed them out. You did not. You did not. Not one of you did. Give us back our rights, and we will leave you alone.
Thank you, ma'am. Heather Smiley, followed by Catherine Kennedy, and then Donna Blake.
Hello, my name is Heather Smiley. I am a 20-year resident of Lake Orion. This is my first meeting, so I didn't even know what to expect. I didn't come prepared. I don't even know. What I saw, though, makes me think that my mom's not actually crazy. So I'm disturbed. I'm upset. I'm kind of disgusted. And raise a hands, anyone else? I mean, I think that's why we're here. You guys are passing legislation for the people, yet the people are not on your side. You guys need to wake up. I mean, we voted you in. I'm not sure if many of you are going to make it next round. You get to just like push up 4 years for your next run in your term, so that was convenient of you guys. But you know, I feel that there has been some injustice going on here, and quite frankly, I'm sick of it. And you know, I know that mask mandates are a lot of people's issues, and I'm against them completely. And I just want everyone to look down deep in your heart and your soul. My hands are clean. Are yours? Thank you.
Thank you. Catherine Kennedy, followed by Donna Blake, and then Steve. Can't read the last name. Catherine, welcome.
Oh, well. Good evening again. Catherine Kennedy from Lake Orion. And I actually feel like I need to bring you all a constitution. I really do. There's so much of our constitutional rights that are being violated. People think they don't have the right to vote. Wait a minute, when did that happen? You know, I don't get it. What we need to focus on is unity. We need to be Americans first. We need to have real ID so we know who is really in our country. We don't know that. And the fact that they actually postponed the deadline to completing the Real ID program that was set up for our national security post 9/11, but was postponed for COVID, like so many other things have been manipulated to control things instead of doing the right thing. Read the Constitution. Our forefathers were really smart. They already have in there provisions that don't allow debt to be incurred against your own country. That's in there too. But that's what we're doing right now. Every single one of us is being controlled by our own credit card debt that the feds just maxed out for us, and they want a higher budget limit. That's really what it's about. It's got nothing to do with people. It's all about money. It's all greed. This is despicable what's going on in this country. They're using to divide us. Division is for math, not people. But these people don't know math. There is no math to support what is going on in this country. None. You can't have a bunch of immigrants come in that have no skills, no English, no nothing, no vetting. 20% of them are confirmed to have illnesses, according to Mallorca just today. What the heck are we doing? Why are we not protecting our people, all of our people, equally with justice for all, like our Constitution says? That's what I want. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. Donna Blake, followed by Steve. I'm going to Sigmia? Guess. Welcome, Donna.
Hello, I'm Donna Blake from Oxford. Our Oxford group, through a FOIA request, Freedom of Information Act, has learned that the Oakland County Health Department knew that their emergency order 2021-01 for control of pandemic mandating that masks be worn in all Oakland County schools was illegal. We have proof that they knew they had no legal standing to do that, and yet they did it anyway. In their draft emergency order, they cited 3 Michigan public health codes permitting them to mandate masks. And then someone within the health department wrote back and crossed out 2 of those codes, asserting that neither one of those allow a health officer to issue an order for people to wear masks. Then, in the final emergency order, the copy that we have today, the 3rd Michigan Public Health Code was removed as well. So they had no Michigan public health code that they could cite that gave them the authority to do such a thing. And we are told by many attorneys that it is definitely illegal. As commissioners of Oakland County, the supervising body over the health department, why aren't you demanding that they stop this illegal behavior, this illegal mandate? If they told you that they were going to rob a bank next week, would you sit idly by and just let it happen? What are we teaching the children and young adults about our laws? You may say that you didn't know about this proof that we have acquired. Well, you know now. So are you going to be accomplices in these illegal acts, or are you going to act like the commissioners you've been entrusted to be? I hope and pray for the latter. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Is Steve, I think in zip code 48348?
Oh, yeah, close enough.
Hey, I'm sorry, I
No worries.
couldn't read the last name.
No, I got doctor's handwriting. So, let's see here. I mean, you can see right here, right? So, first of all, regarding the masks, I was really concerned. I saw a couple folks here nodding off, probably from the lack of oxygen. So you might want to get with them about that later. On the other hand, so in regard to the votes, very important. Our elections, absolutely sacrosanct, which is why we need to trust people with decisions regarding their bodily autonomy. I mean, I would think that people would be able to make their own decisions. Now, in regards to, what was it? There's some sort of scuffle earlier about thinking people are incapable of getting a license. Personally, that seems to me, especially if you're considering that they're talking about communities of color, a little racist, even. Like thinking that certain people are incapable of getting a license based on their race. I mean, it's just me, but I'm not the kind of person who thinks that way. Now, as for respecting diversity, why are we trying to erase a Hispanic explorer's accomplishments? Just a thought. All right, now principle, that was a good one, standing on principle. I was really curious to know what your principles are. I can see your eyes rolling back into your head right now, but it's okay, it'll be over soon, I promise. Now, there's another thing regarding the invocation, the prayer earlier. I thought that was a great prayer, especially as we have that symbol to God in the back there, our communion with him, or at least I'm pretty sure it is, because it looks to be otherwise some sort of flag dividing people based on color, which again, based on that racist thing, not a good look. Have a good night.
Kermit Williams. I think he again spoke. I think he left. Cherish Chubb.
We can't hear you that
Sorry, Cherish Chubb. Followed by Yusuf. I don't have Yusuf's last name here. And then Amanda Williams. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Cherish. I'm a registered nurse for almost 12 years. I worked as a travel nurse during our last round of COVID. And I've been hospitalized with COVID, and I'm also a mother of 4. I dread every day sending my kids to school in masks, mostly because they come home every day dirty, nasty, wet, boogers, food, it's been said. I just have a couple of facts to see, you know, this research that I did has been done. I'm quoting from a man named Stephen Petty. He's 32 years of forensic engineering, health and safety, environmental engineering, and energy experience. Since 2002, he's completed or supervised over 4,000 engineering, forensic, and health and safety projects. His safety and experimental experience includes completion of many complex projects in risk assessment, industrial hygiene, process safety management, risk management, which includes health and safety audits, among many other things. His research shows that the CDC recommends that we wear masks. They don't recommend that we wash them daily or change them out daily. And even if they had, after washing a mask 10 times, it's 20% less effective, even though they're only a couple percent effective anyways. The most optimal environment for expedited growth of bacteria and fungi and mold is 30 to 50% humidity and 77 degrees Fahrenheit to 86 degrees Fahrenheit. Can you think of where this environment might occur? In our masks, breathing out, humidity. A mask provides exactly what bacteria and mold need to grow. So then we're breathing it in. CDC uses studies to prove that we need masks, yet their studies aren't done with control groups. They use multiple variants, masks, hand washing, and disinfecting to prove that we need masks. They use words like may and can, which literally mean nothing in an actual scientific study. And all of their studies are done with double cloth masks. I see one person in this room with a double mask on, which basically is still ineffective as well. Because, well, I'll get to that. CDC states that cloth masks, double cloth masks, block large droplets, which are greater than 5 to 10 microns and can block the exhalation breathing out of small droplets, but 99% of COVID particles are aerosols, which are less than 5 microns. COVID is actually 0.09 to 0.12 microns. Another astonishing fact is that 3% gap in any mask makes the mask 0% effective. Only a properly fitting half-face respirator will work against COVID-19. So even the N95s don't work. I'm not done.
Thank you, ma'am. Yusuf and Troy, followed by Amanda Williams and then Kelly Ford.
Hello, my name is Yusuf. I'm from Troy. I'm a father of 4 children, 5.5 and under. I will not bore you today with data. You already know that there is no scientific justification for masks on kids. However, I have a message for Dave Coulter, the Oakland County Executive. Mr. Coulter, you recently said, and I quote, "I wish the legislator would just get out of the business of public health." Well, Mr. Coulter, maybe you should take your own advice. I wish public health would just get out of the business of legislating. We see that D behind your name, Dave Coulter. We know you are obligated as a Democrat to follow your party's agenda. Now a message to all the independents of Oakland County. I once was an independent and I have voted for Democrats. To all the classical Democrats of Oakland County who see their party being hijacked by this radical left, just remember this November 2022 when you vote, and vote all those Democrats out. Remember, those Democrats will keep abusing you, will keep abusing your children, will keep abusing your loved ones. Vote all of them out. And just a final thought, and I'm being honest here, you Democrats create more Republicans than Republicans do. Thank you.
We'll take a 15-minute recess. Okay. If I can ask commissioners to please take your seats, and we will resume public comment. Commissioners, please take your seats. All right, thank you. We will make time for everyone who wants to speak and address us during public comment. Just ask that people be respectful to everyone and follow the decorum of this chamber. I'm going to call on Amanda Williams, followed by Kelly Ford, and then Laura Renton. Amanda Williams? Kelly Ford?
Chairman, do we need roll call or no? No? Okay.
You're in your seats. Thank you. Welcome, Ms. Ford.
Thank you. Good evening, commissioners. My name is Kelly Ford, and I'm from Oxford. I did not prepare a speech tonight, and as I sat here in the audience, I felt really discouraged, to be honest, because again, I find myself in a weird position where I'm not exactly on this side and I'm not exactly on this side, and I watched all the comments being made, and it's total chaos. So I thought to myself, should I come here with data? Should I come here with law again? What should I do? And I decided I'm just gonna appeal to the heart. This is my kindergartner's mask that he wore today at school. I send him with a package of brand new paper masks every day in his backpack. There's always at least 20 in there. His teachers know, but the teachers have a huge job in front of them. Certainly they can't be going around making sure each child has a clean mask on. This is what my child's breathing in all day, every day. And I understand that you want to talk about public health, but he comes home and he can't breathe. He's coughing all night long. In the morning, he's fine again, and he goes back to school. I ask that you please consider the young people that you are impacting. I don't tell him to go to school without a mask. He, unfortunately, is so young that the fear is like indoctrinated in him now, and he's terrified. And I don't know how I will undo that, but I'll deal with that then, because my child is not my political pawn. But I will always speak out for them. Please look at all of the picture, okay? I understand that in some places maybe you need to do certain things. The legal precedent isn't here, and you're hurting innocent people. If one area needs a mandate at a time, fine. But to put these blanket solutions in that are hurting people is just wrong. And it feels like you guys don't care, because I was here at the last one, and you were supposed to refer Mr. Kogendorfer's resolution or whatever to the legislative committee, and then that was supposed to go to the public safety. And on September 14th, I watched that video, and they couldn't get it added to the agenda because the chairperson, I don't know if they were sick or just chose not to attend. I'm not certain what happened. So the vice was the head. It didn't feel comfortable handling it, so it didn't get added. Now we're going to another committee. And I just feel really discouraged, because it feels like everywhere I go, everyone I ask a question to sends me to another person, and we're never going to get the answers. If you want to make a mandate, fine, but stand tall in your decision and tell us who made that choice. You need to stand tall in it. You don't get to cower away and run and say, go chase this duck, go chase that duck, chase your tail here. It's not right and it's not fair. Please consider the lives you're affecting, because this is what my 5-year-old comes home with every fucking day. And I'm sorry for my foul language.
Thank you, Ms. Ford. Laura Renton, followed by Jill. Laura Renton, followed by Jill Kati.
Good evening. I am a parent in the Bloomfield Hills School District. I have been at the forefront of this fight for our district since June of 2020. I have seen our community being ripped apart by this issue, and I've been doing my very best to solve the problem, and that's what I want to do here tonight. Everybody's in their camps. Nobody's going to stop until we actually step back and figure out how we fix the problem. The problem is in the air. We know that. We've known that for months and months and months. This is an aerosolized virus. It's very, very tiny. It's not helped by plexiglass. It's not helped by masks. There are very good studies out now that are available, but unfortunately, our health department doesn't have those studies. I received the letter from Leanne Stafford. I went to the link for the study that she is basing this entire mandate on. It's a terrible study. There was no control group. It wasn't based on masking. It was based on social distancing. I could cite a dozen things wrong, and I'm not a doctor, and I'm not a scientist, but I am an intelligent person who knows how to read a study, who understands that that study was so poorly done by Duke University that there's no reason that that should be the basis for this. Now, in addition to that, I was sent 12 pages of additional studies that tell me why masks work. I know masks work. I understand that. There's certain implications, certain reasons why you would wear a mask. But they're not taking into account any of the variables that happen in a school. In a school, the most important thing is ventilation. It has been, it will be, it's what we should be looking at. We have a chance to bring everybody together because we can fix the air. There are three things that are important: disinfection, dilution, and dispersion. The Royal Oak School District spent $1.5 million this year putting disinfected air into every single classroom in their district, and those kids are sitting there in masks. That's insane. There is no reason for that whatsoever. Our school district did dilution. We have 25% fresh air coming into every one of our classrooms. That's excellent. I would encourage you to please talk to the health department. Please ask them to begin testing immediately. There is a solution to this problem. We do not need to be on these two sides. Our children do not need to be masked. They are not the problem. The air is the problem. Fix the problem, and we'll all be fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Jill. Jill Kayi, and then followed by Andrew Magnus, and then Kristen Carr.
Hi, I'm Jill Kaji. I love that the meeting was started in prayer, but were these words really heard versus just listened to? You can listen and recite the Bible as we heard, but are you living in the way that you preach? I also hope that the words and advice that were given about being brave and strong could be amplified and repeated in all the commissioners' minds. Are you brave enough to stand against monetary gains, against putting grants and enforcements mainly over both and money over both mental and physical health of my children and the children of others? Are you working by principle? Many think that the people speaking against the mask are people who are just being negligent, which isn't true. I am the mother of 5 children. When I had COVID, I was the mother, the cook, the driver. I did everything for those children, and all the contact, hugs, and kisses. Not one of my children contracted COVID from me. And obviously, we do not wear masks at home. And the day-to-day of life shows me that even though I have always taught my children the importance of cleanliness, washing hands, etc., they are just what they call them, children. They forget the rules sometimes because they're having too much fun. They pull off another child's mask, sometimes hugging in the process, sneezing in and out of their masks at times. Germs are everywhere. I've seen all of this firsthand while volunteering at school. Common sense of just having children shows you that the masks do not and cannot protect them. They are my children, given to me from the God you referred to at the start of this meeting. I will do my duty to raise strong, mindful, kind, and responsible children who really trust in God and not only say that they do, but live it. My family respects anyone who chooses to wear a mask. It is their choice as it is ours. Myself and my husband are the advocates for our children, our constitutional right of freedom of choice. Are you really following rules, guidelines, and laws that have been set forth for our county and people? I did not come here thinking that I would speak today. As I sit here, I hear my son's voice repeatedly. Mom, I can't breathe. Mom, how come school is the only place that we have to wear masks? It just repeats again and again. Mom, I can't breathe. When did breathing and oxygen become a right that we had to fight for? Would it make a difference if we changed the school desks to restaurant tables? Then those children can sit there freely? One of the commissioners mentioned a quality of life, and that clicked for me. Is this a quality of life that we are giving to everyone's children. Is this the quality of life? If this is the time that we're going to have, we need to live it. And as for the respect factor, I think many of the commissioners need to learn that lesson and respect one another. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Jill. Andrew Magnus, followed by Kristen Carr.
Hello, Andrew Magnus, business owner in Pontiac and resident of Lake Orion. I was struck after the last meeting. I'm sitting in a mask in a gym watching my daughter play basketball, and two things happened there. One I thought was absolutely hilarious, and one that was just soul-crushing. The referee is standing there in a mask with a slit in it for his whistle. And he's correcting these young kids on their masks not being worn correctly as they're playing basketball. And I'm just shaking my head going, where in the world are we going with this? Later in the game, the star player on our team is standing on the court crying. And this is pointed out to the coach, and it's a small gymnasium. These kids are in 6th grade. The coach asks what's wrong, and everyone could hear her say, "I can't breathe." He takes her off the floor. She heads back in the locker room. We don't see her. And again, I'm thinking, what in the world are we doing here? When I was last here, it was my goal to make clear my objection to unelected people coming over the top of our elected officials. My larger concern then, and it's been backed up with these FOIA requests, was that there was no legal backing for this to happen. In just a couple of weeks, grassroots groups out of Oxford and Orion have raised several $1,000s to fund these requests. We're going to keep digging. I don't know if we were supposed to get communications between the health department and the attorneys, but now that we've seen it, you can't unring the bell. Congratulations to OCHD for setting out to cite where their legal authority came from. But when their attorneys said, this does not give you the authority to mandate masks, who pressed the brakes? How did they keep going forward? Leanne Stafford, to my knowledge, is not here. If she were, I wouldn't know. She's not an elected person. Yet somehow she's able to bulldoze the law, able to press forward even when attorneys are saying, this is not where we are meant to go. You don't have this authority. This is the most obvious admission of a lack of legal authority I think regular citizens are going to find. We happen to have a lot of mutual friends, and I happen to know we share a really common belief in a healthy distrust for authority. I'm asking if our elected officials are willing to hold this executive branch to account. What they've done, they know was wrong. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Kristen Carr, followed by Brittany Filaco.
Hello, Kristen Carr from Oxford. I didn't plan on speaking today, but after watching this clown show that I witnessed today, I felt the need to. I told you last meeting that we weren't going away and we weren't giving up. We will not give up. We will be back here every single meeting fighting for you to respect our God-given right to body autonomy, not only for us adults, but more importantly for our children. Yet here we are listening to you all discuss voter rights and allowing people to vote in our country without ID to take place in something that is so sacred to Americans and Americans only. Americans that are supposed to be free from a dictatorship, which is what I'm seeing from Mr. Woodward up there. You seem to be a little stressed tonight. This isn't what freedom or a democracy looks like. This is tyranny. And I also just have to say that watching you all vote on the resolutions today doesn't really give me much faith in a fair and secure election. Thank you.
Thank you, Kristen. Brittany, I think it says it's Brittany from Royal Oak.
Fialco.
Oh, yeah, okay.
My name is Brittany Fialco from Royal Oak. I'm an Oakland County resident, a kindergarten teacher in Oakland County, and most importantly, a mother to 2 small children who attend Oakland County schools. Boy, we've taken a lot of recess today. In fact, more recess than what most school children get. All of my life, I've loved being a teacher, and I've dreamt of the day when I could bring my kids to school with me, but now I want to remove them from school, and after 9 years of teaching, I'm ready to reconsider my career. On day 8 of my son's kindergarten year this year, he asked if he could stay home from school to take a mask break because he said he couldn't breathe. Day 8. I am also worried about how masks affect their mental health, as I have witnessed indoctrination from leaders such as yourself and other adults, including teachers, affect students so badly that they have anxiety about pulling their mask down when they can't breathe or when they have to blow their nose in fear that they will get in trouble for doing so. I have witnessed this type of anxiety in my 5-year-old. Since we have returned to school, I've been getting daily migraine headaches, sore throats, both of which are mask-related. I spend the day projecting my voice through a mask, which is exhausting. As a literacy teacher, I work tirelessly to make sure that my students can hear letter sounds and words articulated properly. Don't even get me started on how my students with speech delays are struggling in class now that our mouths are covered. If you had any experience in a kindergarten classroom, you would see that students walking around with saturated masks from their runny noses and from sucking on their masks is not healthy and only making them sicker. So I stand here today before you to advocate for all of the children who don't have a voice and for all the teachers who feel like if they stand up for themselves and our students, we will lose our jobs due to the doxing that happens every day to teachers who hold conservative views and who disagree with draconian mandates such as masking. I will not be silenced. I will stand up for our freedom, for my children and all children. I am fed up with the mandates, indoctrination, bullying, and undermining of our constitutional rights. You need to end the liberal theater you are running in Oakland County and start to do something positive for the well-being of our children. Drop the mandate and allow for personal choice before you lose more public school enrollment and high quality teachers as well. Mr. Woodward, you are committing fraud with the mandates, and you know it. When all of this settles down, we the people will sue all of you at a personal level for the harm that we are enduring. We will go after your cars, your homes, and your bonds. Fraud equals prison, and you are on borrowed time.
Thank you. Ryan Johnson, followed by Mercedes Worsing. Ryan, is it Johnson? Yeah. Yes. Ryan Johnson, welcome.
Hi. So I'm a resident of Troy. I have a 3rd grader. I was here a month ago when we had the last meeting, or roughly there. Since that time, we have taken our 3rd grader to school unmasked every single day, and the principal has kicked him out of school every single day. Why do we keep trying to take him to school? Because the Michigan Constitution, under Article 8, Section 2, guarantees that as a right. That right cannot be taken away because he refuses, or we refuse, to have him wear an unsafe device. Why do I say unsafe device? Because the NIH has reviewed a study of 129 studies from October 2000, year 2000 to August of last year, and found huge problems, health problems. Also, they did a study and found it can't pass OSHA standards for more than 15 minutes. As an employer, if I put somebody in that work condition, I have to move everybody out of the room and mitigate it, or I'm gonna get fined. And we're asking our kids to sit in those kind of environments for 6-7 hours. So this mask mandate is a violation of the Michigan Constitution, Article 8, Section 2. Violation of MCL 3801307B. Violation of MCL 38010, that's parental and guardian rights. MCL 750136B, child abuse in the 4th degree. MCL 750462A, coercion every time a kid is threatened to be expelled or punished for not submitting to the child abuse. MCL 333.202001, patient rights, violations of sections F, G, H, J, I, and M. So, this is an elected body. Elected bodies of Michigan have a statutory requirement to uphold the law. MCL 752.11, failure to uphold the law is a criminal statute. Everybody here who's playing games with our kids' lives and failing to uphold the law, these violations of our Constitution and the law, can be held criminally liable with a misdemeanor, and yes, we can sue you civilly. And I am going to encourage every last one of these parents to get together with us and start filing police charges against all of you.
Mercedes Worsing, followed by Krista Brady, then Peter Dressen.
Buenas noches. First of all, I want to share with you that I am an immigrant, and I will tell you what country I am from. And I am here to speak. I wasn't planning on speaking. I came here to help a dear friend, as you can see who she is. Okay? I had no intentions of coming in here, but I want to share something with you because I want to talk about the ID, the driver's license, to be able to have a voter ID to vote. I have been a poll challenger, and not once have we made it difficult for any race to vote. My mother, as an immigrant, 85 years old, bless her heart in heaven, never lost her state voter ID. She never drove. She never had a driver's license. It is not something to suppress voters. We are at a stage right now where I am afraid we're going to lose our country. I want to share with you, I am Cuban. My father went to law school with Castro, Fidel Castro. You have no idea what it's like to lose a country. When I retired from teaching, I thought I was going to be going on vacation and enjoying my life. I have spent the last 5 years trying to save this country. And this is where we're at. We love you. We may be conservative, but we love you. We don't see race. We have the same color of blood. And I have the most beautiful black friends that I love. And I have neighbors. My subdivision is multicultural. They have lived the American dream. They are engineers. They are doctors. They hold high positions in corporations and medical fields. We all love each other. And I want to share with you, our son is in the Air Force. And when he called me and he said, "Mom, you won't believe where my ballot was. It was in spam." How many of our military soldiers' ballots have been in spam? And I want to share with you, in 1 week, I had to show my driver's license. I had an ultrasound done at a hospital. I had to get on an airplane. We went to meet up as a midpoint to visit my cousins who had a wedding in Atlanta. They were going to come up to Michigan. And I said, yes, we'll meet you in Atlanta. In this hotel, we had to show our driver's license. And it was a huge hotel, 10 stories. Someone had set the fire alarm off at 3 o'clock in the morning. When we're out in the lobby area and outside, 96% of the people were not, they were black.
Thank you, ma'am. Your time
And
is
I
up.
want to share one more thing about the mask.
Your time is up. Krista Brady, followed by Peter Dressen.
Hi, my name is Krista Brady. I live in Oxford. When I was 4, my father started molesting me. He would come in my room at night and use my body to get what he wanted. He did this for 7 years. He manipulated me. He used fear and threats and physical restraint, and he stripped me of everything that belonged to me as an individual. My abuse consumed my life for decades, and I spent many years working through my issues to overcome it. I can stand here now as an adult and say I'm okay, but it hasn't always been that way. My abuse has followed me and tormented me every day of my life. And a life of an abuse victim is not something I wish on anyone. I'm not telling you this story for sympathy. I'm not telling you this story for attention. I am telling you this story because I want you to know that as an abuse survivor, as well as a PTSD survivor, My internal alarm is sounding. I am telling you this story as a warning. We are tiptoeing on the precipice of a catastrophe that could have very serious psychological consequences for every child in this country if we don't get our crap together fast. Friends, you don't know the psychological damage you are doing to someone until it's too late. Abuse is like a chameleon, even when it comes under the guise of safety or protection or love for other people. Abuse is abuse is abuse. For years, we've been teaching our children that no means no, that we have control over our own bodies, that just one small person can make a difference, and that nobody can tell you what to do. What lessons do you think our children are going to learn when all of this is over? My children don't feel comfortable wearing a mask. They have told me, they have told their teachers, they have told their principals, they have told their medical doctors, and each one of those safe adults have looked them in the eyes and said, sorry, buddy, I know, but you have to. Do it for grandma, do it for strangers, do it for everybody but yourself. This is abuse. And ultimately, the lesson we are now teaching these children is that they are not important and their worth doesn't exist. But I will ask you, do not be one of those people. We've all heard my body, my choice. Tonight we hear my child, my choice. But I am here to speak for the children and say, his body, his choice, and her body, her choice. Please, we are begging you, don't let another school year go by silencing any more children. Be the elected officials that go against the grain and stand up for these children. Because if you don't, who will? Please, for our children's mental health, we need you to stop these mandates. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Peter, I don't know, is Peter Dresser or Dressin? Followed by Susan Vincenti.
My name is Peter Dresser. I reside in Farmington Hills. Mr. Woodward and Oakland County Commissioners, I and my wife lead a growing assembly of Christians based in West Bloomfield. Some think that a pastor, a priest, or a rabbi should only minister to his or her unique congregation. However, the prophets of the Jewish scriptures often spoke to regional and national rulers. Jesus prepared his disciples and apostles to speak before governing councils. And indeed, history records their interactions with city officials, governors, judges, military men, kings, and other societal leaders. It is in this tradition of the Jewish prophets and in this commission of Christ that I stand before you today. Scripture teaches that God gives those in secular government, like you, the opportunity to be his representatives and to govern in a way that brings peace, prosperity, and protection to a people of a region. To whatever degree you have served God and the people of Oakland County in this manner, I want to thank you. We need your good and honorable government. Scripture also warns those in government that if they legislate and administrate in such a way that is corrupt or harms innocent people, they are at risk of being resisted by God. For months, you have heard citizens expressing their concerns, stories, legal arguments, medical expertise, appeals, and even outrage about the harmful policies and practices of mandated vaccines and mandated masking. I need not repeat their voices. But please be aware that according to the Scriptures, Jesus Christ has a throne greater than the Oakland County seat of government. Scripture also reveals that the cries of those who are being mistreated, defrauded, or not listened to by those in governance, the cries of those people will, according to James, the brother of Jesus, reach the ears of the Lord of the angel armies. In other words, if you resist and ignore the voice of the people who have legitimate grievances, be careful or you might find yourself in a fight with God. We are praying that you will soften your hearts and do the right thing in response to God and the people of Oakland County and enact legislation that frees the people of Oakland County from tyrannical mandates and medical discrimination. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Susan Vincenti.
Good evening. My name is Susan Vincenti. I came to the last meeting on September 2nd, and I'm here today again. I wasn't planning on speaking tonight. I just felt like last time I came and I learned so much and got so much great fuel and energy to keep up this fight, and I wanted to just say a few things that came to me as I was here listening to people. This week I have a friend whose mom passed away, and I was reading this morning the beautiful write-up they had about her life, and there was one quote in there that really stood out to me. They said their mom always said to them, if it's important to you, it's important to me. And I want to let you know that that's why I'm back here tonight. I have 4 children who depend on me, and every time they see me dig into this stuff or speak up for them, they hug me tighter because they believe I am here and I am their mom and I'm here for them and I'm loving them through this because I see the ridiculous nature of all this and I'm sick of it. And I will not stand idly by and watch my children be just ruined by this. They are strong, they are able, but I'm here to fight for them. Secondly, the Hope Shelter people. I loved hearing from them. I loved the examples of the lives that were changed by that. I want to make note that that was made possible by humans connecting with humans. We're designed for connection. That connection happens with our whole face, with our whole body, with the way we touch each other. And we need to be able to continue to connect that way. And you guys are trying to strip our children of their ability to develop those desires and that ability to act that way and be human. And that's just so wrong. I also think that related to the community or the committee situation, and the committee that we thought was going to go out and talk about this and that you guys were going to come together and talk at least, I want to let you know this is all I talk about. This is all I talk about, all right? I have a full life. I've got 4 kids, family, friends, all of it, okay? But this is dominating conversations everywhere. The last meeting you guys had 14,000 views on YouTube. Your usual meetings, 100 to 300 views, okay? We're talking about this, people, and we're not going away, and I want you to fully consider this. I'm also a Christian believer. Prayer is on my side. God is on our side, and we are coming for it every day, and we're not giving up. So please, open your hearts, open your minds. Let the scales fall from your eyes. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. So, Commissioner Cavell, is there anybody who signed up on that list right there, or because I don't have any more people on the list before me, so. I think we're good. So, if you haven't signed up, just one by one, if you'll come to the mic, we ask that you keep your comments to 3 minutes. If you can give your name and your community of residence. Go ahead. There you go.
Hi, I'm Dominic Kuda, Waterford. I just have one question. Did you guys take away Columbus Day?
No, we're sharing our Native Americans.
We don't answer questions during public comment.
Do the kids still get the day off? Because really, that's where I gotta go home with that information for the kids. That's really the most important for that. The second part is I would like to request a town hall meeting. If anybody on the board, I have my information. I think it's a time we all come here. I don't see any maskers here. I think it's time that we all get together. I'd like to discuss this not just myself, to you without any reply. I would like to get some debate back. I want to hear what maskers say about this and see what other citizens say about it. I don't know how that works, but
letting us know the process of how to go about getting the.
Ma'am, you already spoke. Sir, you have 3 minutes.
Oh, okay, well, I'm going to write my name and number down. If anybody wants it afterwards, I would like to try to get everybody together. It'd be nice to hear from the other side instead of just this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anybody else that would like to speak during public comment? Last call for public comment. Going once, going twice. Okay, we'll declare public comment closed. Oh, wait. Okay. If you could share, give your name and community.
Hi, I'm Kim Petrucci, and I'm from Bloomfield. And I came at the last meeting too, and spoke. And you know, this whole thing with the mask. We need information from all of you. What threshold do we have to meet? How many kids are in the hospital? You provide us with no information, but you make this draconian mask mandate for our kids, and we have no information. There's no explanation to us as to what do we need, and what do the hospitals have to show for this to happen, for us to lose this mask mandate. So we want to know that, and that town hall meeting is an excellent idea, because you guys we come here and you offer nothing. And these masks, there has not been a single control study that proves that they're effective. But yet you continue to do this to our children. And between the carbon dioxide that they're taking in and not being able to breathe enough oxygen is completely, like everybody has said in this room, child abuse. So this is a criminal thing when there is child abuse going on. So this is all going to come back, and we will, as a group, go after this, because this is completely criminal. And I pray for all of you, and I pray for all of your hearts and your minds to open up. And I don't know how much money we're talking about, what is going on, why this is even a thing. Obviously, like we've said it's going out, social media. We've seen a lot of videos about how each school district gets paid a lot of money to enforce these mask mandates. And I'm sure we can all assume that you've gotten money too, because none of this would make any sense if it didn't. So it all comes back to money. And I don't know how you sleep at night when you're abusing children and taking money.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there anybody else from the public that would like to speak? Welcome. If you can give us your name and the community of residence.
Hi, my name is Beth Felix. I'm from Clarkston, Michigan. I have 3 teenagers and a couple in the lower grades. My kids are laughing at all you that wear masks because they're hanging out with their friends outside of school without masks. They think you're really unintelligent. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there anybody else that would like to address the public? It hasn't spoken yet. Going once, going twice. Oh, sorry. Yep.
Hi. My name's Shannon Dove, and I'm from Clarkston. This is my first time being at a meeting like this. I don't know anybody here. But out of the 21 people sitting in front of me, I appreciate 20 of you paying attention. There's one person that's sitting in front of me right now that has not paid attention, not to anybody that has come forward, that has spoke, except for 4 people that have wore masks. It's the only time this person has paid attention at all. I encourage you to go back and look at the meeting, see who that person is, because that person obviously doesn't care about their district, only is here to represent what they want to represent in their mind. When we are all here pouring our hearts out and souls out for our kids and our districts, for whatever the case may be, it's important for every single one of you to listen, whether you agree or not agree, and for you to sit there and totally ignore to this moment and not look up here to see who I'm talking about. But yet you still sit there and just scroll here for your Facebook, whatever it is you're doing, and not paying attention. So maybe I should give you the 2 minutes to sit there and do your work instead of listening to what us as people in your community want to speak about. I think it's important for us to have a driver's license for voting. Bottom line, you have a driver's license for everything else. For us not to have a driver's license for that, it's insane. But you guys want to push that agenda for what reason? For your own reason. So obviously, so someone can go double vote. Maybe you like people being able to be fraudulently voting. I don't know. Maybe that's the reason behind it. Maybe that's the truth. Just speak up and say the truth. We've all stood here and said the truth. We're not hiding anything. We're bringing the laws forward. We're saying what we need to say. But still, to this moment, that person that I'm talking about doesn't care to look forward or say anything. They only care about doing whatever it is they're doing in their cubbyhole. I think that's horrible, disrespectful, and rude in all aspects of everything going on here. I agree with the town hall meeting. I haven't been able to ask any questions of anybody because anytime you want to email anybody and ask a question that's not someone that relates with how you're thinking, they don't give you the time of day. They could care less. There's no customer service anymore. There's no anybody being nice to you anymore about anything. No one cares about exactly how you feel anymore. It's only what you want, and it doesn't matter. We've seen that. 11 to 9, 11 to 9, 11 to 9. That's all it's ever going to be is 11 to 9. Mask, no mask. One side, the other side. Let's keep it going. Oakland County, it doesn't matter. You've destroyed everything. You've destroyed people. You've destroyed their families. You've destroyed everything that anybody wants to even care about, the American life. You've destroyed it. I hope you're happy. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there anybody else that would like to address the public? Please state your name and your community of residence.
My name is Melissa Williams. I'm from West Bloomfield. For the record, the election was thoroughly stolen, and the only way some of you are going to win the next election is if we don't use voter ID, just for clarification.
Okay, on that happy note, I think that's the last person who wants to speak during public comments. Okay, well, I will declare public comment.
Hi.
Please share your name and community of residence.
I'm Gina Hubbs. I'm from Birmingham, Michigan. So I'd like to share a story. My son went to school for a week and a half without a mask. He goes to a private school, and he went to school after the mask mandate came into place. Every day he has a bloody nose from a mask. We've seen an ENT specialist. Last year during the whole testing crap that went on here, he played golf. He wore a mask, socially distanced, playing golf. He was tested one time a week for COVID. Do you know how many kids in his school came up with COVID? 5. 5 kids in testing. This is nonsense. This year, he went to school. His teacher, after he was told to put on a mask, he was talking to another student next to him. He pulled his mask down so the student could hear him. Do you know what his teacher said to him? He said, "Evan Hubbs, I want you to repeat after me. I, Evan Hubbs, am trying to kill Mr. Jones's father." Do you know what I did? I brought holy hell down on that school the next day. That is the stuff we are teaching our kids. That is unacceptable. That is child abuse, mental child abuse. You will see that in the law because we are filing a lawsuit. And the rest of us parents, we are getting together and we are going to file lawsuits. Think about what is on our side, the law. As they've pointed out, through the FOIA request, we are not going to back down. We are talking about our children. And these are things that we are instilling in our kids. I mean, my son, he's 17 years old, came home and cried that day. 17-year-old boy. This is what we're doing to our kids. And by you guys standing by and not doing anything and standing up for the liberties of children, you are equally responsible for these kids. It's criminal. Criminal. I spent 14 years supporting this country in foreign lands. I will not have my freedom stripped, nor my children's. I will fight to the death.
Welcome. If you could share your name and
Hi,
community of residence, please.
My name is Simona Horgos from West Bloomfield. I was not going to speak here. I came from a communist country when I was a kid, and this country seems like it's going to be a communist country soon. You know, I might go back to where I came from before. It looks like it might be better. Anyways, we need driver's license to vote. Thank you for all the nurses that stand up. I have a daughter that's a nurse. My husband's in the hospital field. I have another daughter that's in the medical field, and they're being pushed out. I do not want to see people from other countries coming and taking our jobs and taking care of us and our kids. Last year, I had a daughter that was in the hospital more than 2 months. She was tested for COVID before every procedure. She had bloody noses every night. After that, we are homeschooling. I have 2 kids that used to go to West Bloomfield School District. We are homeschooling. She cannot wear a mask. She cannot be in the environment covering their faces. That gentleman there, in 3 minutes, I count at least 6 times putting nuts or whatever he was eating, snacks, and drinking water. Just take that damn mask off. It is covered in who knows what. And this country, we are praying for our country, and the Democrats are ruining it. I was not into politics. I did not care. I voted. I did my job. But we need to stand up, and the Republicans are winning. You know, you guys are pushing the Democrats out to go to Republicans. And thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else for public comments? Please state your name and community of residence.
I'm Brandy Daniels from White Lake, Michigan. I'm going to reiterate what I said last time I was here, that one, we need to set aside our differences, our politics, and our position, and ask the hard questions and demand the answers. We know that children make up about 1/2 of 1/10 of 1% of COVID deaths. Let me repeat that. 1/2 of 1/10 of 1% of COVID deaths. And nearly all of those deaths involve substantial pre-existing illnesses like leukemia or obesity or all other types of morbidities. And we need to stop experimenting on an entire generation. We need to return to the evidence-based medicine, using the best science and data to guide our policy creation and ensure that we protect both our children and the civil liberties that make America what it is, and make what this pandemic worth emerging from. We must weigh the risk and benefits. I want you to show us the data. I want you to show us the data that proves that masks work. I want you to show us the data that masks do not harm our children. I want you to show us the data before you try and continue to implement these COVID protocols on our children. You have yet, in over 18 months, to show us the data. The little studies that have been done do not show the data to support the stance you are taking. And it is entirely inappropriate to take away the rights of a parent to make the decisions for their children. And I will also like to let everybody here know that they will never bring the resolution to the table because it has been stated by Mr. Woodward that it is a political stunt, and even if it did pass, it does not end the health order, and the sponsor knows this. So there is nothing more to discuss about this resolution. So it will never make it to any of the agendas. So I'd like to thank you. Have a
Thank you. That is correct. So, is there any more people who want to speak during public comments? Are we good? All right, well, declare public comment closed. We will adjourn. You are welcome to be here. We will, excuse me. Excuse me. We stand adjourned to our next meeting, which is, I think, October 12th, or at call of the chair. Be safe, everyone. Thank you.